Hello, everyone, and welcome to this program. This very important topic here on Light Channel TV. I'm not going to spend so much time on introducing this program. There is a lot of information we're going to reveal to you, our viewers. Probably a lot of this information you have already seen before. What is very special, I believe, with this program tonight is that we are actually putting two sides of these different topics. So we believe in the freedom of speech. So we believe that everyone should have the opportunity to come to the table and have a conversation, have a debate about especially this very important topic. So our first guest tonight is one of our first guests tonight is Dr. Margaret Song, which is an internal medicine and preventive medicine doctor. She has a degree in public health epidemiology and is a member of the Public Health Honor Society Delta Omega. She has also been teaching people to live healthfully for over 30 years. So, welcome to the program, Margaret.
Hi.
Our next guest to this program is Dr. Roger Sehel. Sorry if I pronounce your last name wrong. Dr. Roger is very known, especially in the United States. He's a co-founder of MedCram, instructor, and he's currently an associate clinical professor at the University of California, Riverside School of Medicine, and an assistant clinical professor at the School of Medicine and Allied Health at Loma Linda University. Roger is also a quadruple board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary disease, critical care medicine, and sleep medicine through American Board of Internal Medicine. So, welcome to our program, Dr. Roger. We're very pleased and happy to have you with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
And our another guest we have tonight is Dr. Timothy Peranich, which is a graduate of National University of Health Science with his Doctor of Chiropractic. He has also a BS in psychology and a BA in theology and an MA in religion. So we have decided to go over 8 topics in this program. So I hope everybody is going to stay put, stay live. I know it's getting late here, at least in Europe and other parts of the world if you're following live with us with this program here at Light Channel TV. So I'm going to start introducing our topics tonight. And our first topic is about Adventist history related to drugs and vaccination. On March the 2nd, 2015, the General Conference of the Seventh-day Adventist Church issued an official statement on vaccination. In unison with many health and political authorities around the world, medical voices, this statement encourages participation in mandatory vaccination while uh, claiming that there is no faith-based reason for its members to disapprove. Now, for many in the church, this represents the inevitable result of medical and theological progress. However, other members with concern and faith-based objections are left without a voice by such a statement. Many who love God and desire to keep His commandments do not share, probably most likely, the same view as the majority in leadership over this matter. Now, regardless of the position one holds about this controversial topic, Christians should value liberty of conscience and be noble minded enough to see if these things are so. Timothy Peranich, I know you and your co-writer, Michael Faris, has done a tremendous research on this subject. And I'd like you to start uh, introducing this topic and elaborate on this subject. Timothy, please go ahead.
Certainly. So the whole discussion sort of hinges on one letter by D.E. Robinson, written in 1931. I'm not sure if we'll be able to pull that up, but the letter basically was a question being asked to him about vaccination and serum being diphtheria antitoxin. And one of the things that we find is that he, first of all, mentions that she never referred to this in any of her writings. He goes on to say, but you will be interested to know, however, that at the time when there was an epidemic of smallpox in the vicinity, as she herself was vaccinated, urged her helpers and those connected with her to be vaccinated. Uh, he goes on, in taking this step, Sister White recognized the fact that it has been proven that vaccination either renders one immune from smallpox or greatly lightens its effects if one does come down with it. She also recognized the danger of exposing others if they fail to take this precaution. Now, that is basically the game, set, and match. That's where everyone stands on this letter. This was written in 1931. It's interesting to note that this wasn't the only time this question is asked, not then and even today. People were reading Ellen White's writings. And so this is where most of us stand. Unfortunately, if we go to the next letter, this is what D. Robinson's position was in 1915. And it sounds a lot different than what she said, or what he said that she did. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the 1915 letter. This was written February 10th, 1915. And so he's answering the question about vaccination again. Now, this time, Ellen White is actually still alive. He lives at Elmshaven with Ellen White. And he goes on, your letter addressed to Miss E.G. White came to hand several weeks ago. I mentioned the matter to her one day, but was unable to get anything definite. Now, we have to stop right there. He just told us in 1931 that she recognized the value of vaccination, saw that it had been proved, said and encouraged others to do so. Now, wait a second. Why doesn't she tell him right then and there, especially if he witnessed that event, which we're led to believe that he did in 1931? If he witnessed that event and she was all for vaccination, why is he unable to get anything definite in 1915 when she is actually still alive? This is something that is not really addressed. We like to say that she was all for it, but if she was actually all for it, then why doesn't she mention here? Now, to be fair, to be absolutely fair, she doesn't say anything negative against it. So whether you're on my side or the other side, you can't use Ellen White to say that she's against it. But the narrative isn't my side. The narrative is that Ellen White saw the value of vaccination, supported it, got vaccinated herself, and urged others to do so. And what we find right away in the letter of February 10th, 1915, is that D. Robinson, while talking to her, is unable to get anything definite. He goes on, Sister White's writings contain the broad principles that should guide us in all of our work. When it comes to details, however, it is necessary for us to study these things to come to our own conclusion. Owing to our finite limitations, we do not see alike on some of those matters. Now, this is important because he's writing this in the context. He knows that there are doctors and people in the church who do not agree with his position. And he goes on and talks about how his uncle died from his uncle died from smallpox and wished that he had taken the vaccine. He talks about mission work in Africa where they had taken the vaccine and were spared from it. And he talks about that because he's for the vaccine. He had believed when he was young it was bad, but now he believes it's good. But notice as he's concluding his statements, talking about the importance of vaccines, and he even, I love this part, he says in the second to last paragraph, he says this, he says, we certainly should not trust to any of these remedies. He's talking about vaccines and diphtheria antitoxin. We certainly should not trust to any of these remedies, which may be good in themselves, to the exclusion of such simple treatment as outlining the instructions given to us as a people. Now notice, after he's done giving his pro-vaccine position, notice what he says. He's very careful. Of course, you will understand that this is only my personal statement for which Sister White is in no way responsible. This is key. If she had a pro-vaccine position, as he elucidates in 1931, why does he feel concerned to tell you, one, he could get nothing definite from her, and two, that his opinion, his pro-vaccine position, is his own opinion and not hers? This is interesting. So where did he get this idea that Ellen White was vaccinated? Because I don't think that D. Robinson was specifically trying to lie and all this other stuff. I know that this is the idea that the other side always says, hey, well, your whole point is that D. Robinson is lying. No, my whole point is that I'm looking at the original sources, the primary sources. And the story that he gives is not there in the primary sources. Let's look at the next slide. And so this is a letter written in 1924 by W.C. White, Ellen White's son. Now, this letter is wonderful because it tells us the story about the outbreak of smallpox in her response, but it is different than D. Robinson's response, which he wasn't there. This happened when W.C. White was with her. Now, this is interesting. You have to ask yourself, why is it people writing into the White estate asking about vaccines? Could it be that they didn't think we had a pro-vaccine position? Well, anyways, let's go on. He says this. He asks her about it. He says, is she regarded as a perplexing question? Again, this does not sound like she is all for it. According to the 1931 letter, she's all for it, recognizes the value of it, tells others to get it, recognizes if you don't get it, you're putting yourself at risk. If that's how she said it, her son would have documented it, but he doesn't document it. Neither D. Robinson documents it in 1915, neither does W.C. White document it in 1924. So to be very clear, if we were to take any position on vaccine based on her testimony alone, it should be a neutral, silent position on it, period. We shouldn't be like, well, you have to do, no. That's her position. She goes on, I do not remember her ever saying or writing that she had special instruction regarding vaccination. In my earlier days, she's spoken of something dangerous and related my own experience. She said as a child, I was perfectly healthy until I was vaccinated, but that my health was impaired. So again, she saw that it was dangerous. Now, it's interesting in the very next paragraph, because she thought it was dangerous, the doctors have to come and explain that the methods have improved. Now, we'll go into Adventist history, and they actually document the actual dangers that happened. The truth of the matter is that you could not give the vaccine that they gave back then. It would be malpractice. And even when they tried to revive the smallpox vaccine in 2003 in response to the war on terror, it actually caused people to have all sorts of problems, and they quickly abandoned it. But the point of the matter is that this vaccine could not even be given today, and there's reason why she would have thought there would have been problems. So we go back to the letter, and he goes to the paragraph. He says, Mother listened attentively to the argument that the methods of vaccination have been improved. And when in our travels, we were brought to a large city where smallpox was raging, and the matter was discussed whether or no that I and my associates should be vaccinated. She offered no objection. Now notice, she doesn't say, yes, absolutely, this is the best thing ever, or no, don't do it. She allows him to make his decision on it. He's completely allowed to make his decision. Why? Because the doctors told her that it was better. But notice, he makes it very clear, and in view of this argument of physicians, that it was not only for our own safety, but for the safety of others, notice, I and my associates were vaccinated. He says nothing about her getting vaccinated. The account that D. Robinson gives in 1931 is not based on his own eyewitness. It's not even based, it's loosely based on the evidence from this letter, and it's not even accurate to this letter. He's saying something that he doesn't even say. W.C. White does not say that Ellen White even got vaccinated, but allowed her son and other adults to do so. She wasn't going to be their conscience if that's what they decided. And so people go, well, clearly she supported it. Well, here's the thing is, if you look at the evidence in early Adventist history, you will find a different voice than supported the vaccine. Let's go to the next slide. This is taken from an anti-vaccinationist publication in 1883, and this is actually our own evangelist, J.N. Loughborough, writing into this, talking about what he saw on a boat where they were forcing the steerage passengers to be vaccinated. And he goes on, he says that he saw one who got vaccinated his arm, and his arm went limp. And then he goes on, he says, and then I went to the head of the stairs, the way to watch the performance. The operator, assisted by one of the stewards, set to work. An arm was bared and scratched with the lancet, which without being wiped, was dipped into the vaccine matter and then plunged into the other arm, and so on alternatively. And of course, when 1,000 passengers have to be vaccinated, there is no time for ceremony, and perhaps they thought, being only steerage passengers, it didn't matter how they were treated. I turned from the scene of indiscriminate diseasing to tell everyone that they needed to be vaccinated. No, he doesn't say that. He says, I turned away from the scene of indiscriminate diseasing to scatter more of your anti-vaccination literature amongst the passengers on board, and resolved to do all I could to expose this mischievous delusion. Now, this is interesting. Here's one of our first evangelists. He goes to Great Britain. He actually joins the anti-vaccinationist league over there, which in those days was just merely to get away from compulsory measures. In those days, you could be fined, you could be imprisoned, you could even have your children taken away. These were some of the heavy, stiff things that they did in Great Britain in those days, and so there was a very strong movement against it. And when he went there as an evangelist, he joined it, and not only that, but he took some of their literature. Think about it. He's handing out tracts on 1844, the Sabbath. He's handing out tracts on the state of man and death, and he decides to pick up tracts telling people about vaccination. That's the idea about liberty that beat in his breast. That's the idea that he felt was important. And notice what happens. He is never, ever rebuked for this. Let's go to the next slide. This is in the Health Reformer. This is in the Health Reformer, 1868, and they're asked a question. This is when I believe this is the editorial committee of 12, which most likely included James White. So this is the editorial committee of 12, and they are asked a question about vaccine, and he says, "We do not deal in the article. We neither vaccinate children nor furnish the virus for others to do so. We are as much opposed to viruses and vaccines as we are to drugs and medicines. If people must be sick, they had better have it the natural way." So this was an opinion that was prevailing in our own publication. Let's go to the next one. This is actually, I'm not even going to be able to read this one, but I'm going to tell you, this is actually a story that they put in about a physician who was actually giving the vaccine, and people got smallpox from the vaccine because something had failed, and he began to use natural means and hygienic method to treat people, and they recovered from smallpox, and he was so converted by it that he never used the vaccine again. Again, this was published in our own publication celebrating this as something good. Let's go to the next one. Again, the idea that vaccines have problems, well, this was even highlighted by people who were pro-vaccine. The smallpox vaccine, as I said, could not be given today, and especially the arm-to-arm method, which they did back then, was responsible for transmitting disease. This is Jonathan Hutchinson. This was published in 1906, and after all the evidence came out in Parliament about how dangerous vaccination was to people, especially arm to arm, he comes out and mentions how it was known to transmit syphilis. This was shown in the British Parliament that it was actually known to transmit syphilis, and he felt that they needed to do something to make sure that this would never happen again, which is one of the reasons why they abandoned arm-to-arm vaccination. Again, let's go to the next one. This was a letter published from an anti-vaccinationist in Good Health under the watch of John Harvey Kellogg in 1880. And we'll just go where the white arrow is. And he's talking about compulsory laws. And he says this, but when it overthrows, he's talking about legislation that forces you and forces your children to take this vaccine. But when it overthrows the kingship of father and his family and takes away the authority of father over the destiny and welfare of his offspring, and thus degrades him the level of beasts of the field, it is an unbearable tyranny, insulting to God and man. That's pretty strong words. This is the sentiment that ran through our publications, and not only ran through our publications, but many of our members. This is not to say that we didn't have members who believed in vaccines. They clearly did, but what you will find is they actually believed in the sanitary measures, the hygienic method of living, hydrotherapy, all these things. They believed that that was actually better protection from smallpox and even treating it than what they had available. Let's go to the next one. This is actually published in the Review and Herald in 1897. Now, this is interesting because while this is just a new snippet, it talks about black people who were taken by force because they did not refuse to being vaccinated under compulsory measures. And it says this, and there seems to be a general desire among them to avoid being vaccinated. The physicians take an armed policeman with them in their rounds. The Negroes are caught at gatherings such as weddings, dances, and courtroom assemblies where they are held by police until an attendant physician have vaccinated the entire company. They put this in here not because they were celebrating this. This was something that they looked at with suspicion and skepticism anytime they saw compulsory measures, especially meted out like this on minorities, because many people in our church were not only abolitionists, but absolutely supported black people and wanted them to be treated as equals. So this is something that you would never find in our publications today. We would never publish anything negative towards the vaccine. Look at the last time we've ever published that any of our members have died or suffered things like that in the review. Now, there is a publication where we did report of a woman who was 48 years old. Her name was Jeannie Norris. She did die from the vaccine earlier this year, sadly, and it was reported. But most of the time, it's always positive news. This gives you an idea that Adventists were not taking a stand, drawing a line in the sand, saying we have to support vaccination no matter what. They were allowing people to have their opinions, and particularly in our health publications, they were allowed to share their skeptical to negative opinions of it. Let's go to the next slide. This was published in Present Truth while E.J. Wagner is the editor. And he talks about an outbreak of leprosy amongst the Indians in India, and this happened among them because of arm-to-arm vaccination. They would do a vaccine on a beggar or someone who was poor who had leprosy, and they unknowingly spread it throughout the country, causing many children who otherwise wouldn't have got it to get it. And E.J. Wagner notes that in there. Let's go to the next slide. People go, well, that didn't happen. That's just anti-vaccinationist rhetoric. Well, this is the Kansas City Times, which is not an anti-vaccinationist rag, documenting the very same thing that a number of physicians recognized, a number of experts recognized, that arm-to-arm vaccination could transmit disease, including syphilis, including leprosy, including tetanus infection. So this was well known. This was not a mystery. When we talk about vaccines saving us, we need to make sure that we critically examine the technology of the smallpox vaccine, look at it, because we would never give that today, nor would we ever do anything that they did. And again, this makes a compulsory vaccination all the more egregious, being that you were forcing people to do something when you didn't even know what you were doing. Let's go to the next one. This is E.J. Wagner. This is his own statement. He's commenting on Dr. Adler, the chief rabbi of London, talking about the requirements of God and what he did in giving the people the health message. And he goes on, he talks about how the Lord, when these methods were followed, the Lord produced the healthiest people known to man and prevented disease. And notice what he says, because vaccination didn't exist, but inoculation did exist in those days. If you look at the ancient records of the Chinese, the ancient records of the Hindus, you can find that there are early ideas about using inoculation, which is taking the virus from one human being and giving it to another. And notice what he says here at the red arrow. It may be said that vaccination and inoculation have saved many lives. No doubt they have served a purpose and will yet do so among the people who find that course easier than keeping themselves thoroughly clean. But to fill one's body with death as a means of warding off death is unscriptural and unscientific. That was his opinion, but he wasn't alone either. Let's go here. This is the next slide. This is John Harvey Kellogg speaking before the General Conference in 1899, before he completely apostatized. And we go to the next slide, and you will see his statements, and he's talking about vaccination. And he's talking about comparing it to a woman who was able to be bit repeatedly by a snake and never get sick. And he says, yeah, she had built up a tolerance to this venom. He said it's like a boy who uses tobacco and thinks that he's immune. But he says all the while, even though he doesn't feel it, it's doing something to his body. And then he makes the point. He goes on, it has been said by Dr. Lancaster of London that the time will come when the young man taking a course of medical school would, before he finished, be vaccinated for all the diseases that were prevalent in the country. And then notice what he says, I do not think there would be very much of that man after he had gone through all that. It has been proved that when a man has had the smallpox, he's talking about the vaccine, he is more subject to consumption, tuberculosis, than before. Notice what he says here at the red arrow. This is his opinion. This is his opinion not in the dark, not in the shadows. This is his opinion before the General Conference, which is recorded. He says, this method of fighting disease with the disease is the human way of meeting disease, just as we fight fire with fire. But God has given us a truth that has in the power to lift man above disease, above the power of disease. He has given us the principles which, if we follow, will change our bodies so that we will not have to be vaccinated. That will lift the body above the power of disease and above the power of sin. For sin and disease go along together. For disease is the consequence of sin, and sin induces a moral disease. Now, here's the funny thing. A lot of people go, well, if you had seen the people dying in those days, you would never say that. You know, they always say vaccines are a victim of their own success. Well, here is a guy who actually saw smallpox in the flesh. He saw measles, he saw mumps, he saw rubella, he saw tuberculosis, he saw diphtheria, he saw all of those in the flesh. Those were all things that John Harvey Kellogg would have seen, and not just infrequently, but regularly. And notice that he believed that the message that we were given was powerful enough to lift us above smallpox, which indeed was a killer. No one's going to argue that. But notice this is the tenor that we see. We're often told, well, there were very few people who had an anti-vaccine sentiment. There were very few people. No, what you find is that even the people who were for vaccination in our church often felt like Kellogg, that the message that we were given was greater than the method of vaccination, and they felt that vaccination was relying on human beings to fight disease when we've been given things better. And this is interesting because, as we know, during the Spanish influenza, where they did try to develop a vaccine, but it failed because they thought the bacterium from pneumonia was something they could use to make a vaccine, when in actuality it was the influenza virus. We find that they were actually using hydrotherapy, a disease that killed over 50 million people with a much smaller population than exists today. And they were using hydrotherapy. Even the United States Army used sunlight and fresh air in Camp Brooks in Boston, Massachusetts, to treat this, because the drugs that they were giving didn't work. They couldn't find a vaccine. And so what did they do? Relied on these means. Again, what we find is that natural remedies do indeed work. And he believed it. And this was not a man who did not see people treated and recovered from smallpox and these other viruses for which we give vaccines today. Again, let's go to the next slide. This is again from the Review and Herald. This is again from the Review and Herald, 1901. In 1901, it mentions a dispatch from New Jersey, talking about eight children dead from lockjaw, which is the tetanus infection due to vaccination. And it talks about the citizens in uproar. Again, this type of news you would not find in the Review today. We have decided to take what D. Robinson said, his endorsement of the vaccine, and his coloring of Ellen White's opinion on it, and we have made it a thus saith the Lord. And it is not a thus saith the Lord. Let me be very clear. Ellen White's opinion was not anti-vaccine. We have nothing in her to say. But what we do know is that people did believe in our church for quite some time until about 1915, which is documented in the book that I co-authored with my friend on this subject. Until 1915, there were people who absolutely believed that the health message was greater than vaccines and thought that they could rely on that. Again, you would not find such things reported today. Let's go to the next one. This is from the Australasian Good Health. This is in 1903. So again, we think, oh, they were just in the past. This is from Daniel H. Kress. And Daniel H. Kress was a doctor, conventionally trained doctor from the University of Michigan. And he actually talks about how compulsory vaccination doesn't even work. And he talks about using Prussia, and he says that they didn't see a reduction in smallpox until they actually began the measures of sanitation, hygiene, and quarantine. And when they did that, even though they were the strictest in compulsory vaccine, mandating that you get vaccinated early as a child and vaccinated again in adulthood, even with that, they couldn't get rid of smallpox until they adopted sanitation and hygiene. This is what he believed. And again, he was a conventionally trained medical doctor who, by his own faith in the testimonies of Ellen White and his own faith in the things that we were to use in natural means and observing smallpox, he came to this conclusion, also studying the history. Here's another article written in 1904 by Daniel H. Kress, and he's asked directly about vaccination. And he says, I have always preferred to keep quiet. Personally, I've never been able to see any physiological reason why it should be necessary to inject a deadly poison to protect from any disease. Even if it should protect from that disease, it would prove an injury to the system to invite other diseases. There are other means of protection which are equally effective and less harmful than the vaccine. The principal means of protection is a healthy body. Germs are unable to injure a healthy man. So to build up the general health is the natural means of protection against smallpox. And I think we can all agree that the best way to face any disease, whether we have a vaccine or not, is to make ourselves as healthy as possible. And of course, putting our trust in the Lord, because without him, it is impossible for us to go anywhere or do anything. So you can see this general understanding that people were not on board with the statement that D. Robinson was making about how important vaccines were. This is why he says in 1915, yeah, we don't always see alike on these issues. He understood that there was a component within the church that did not agree with him on his pro-vaccine position. Nonetheless, they were both welcome in the church. Nonetheless, no one was saying that, hey, if you don't want to submit to a compulsory vaccine, you're not even in the faith. You're outside of the church. And this is something I think we need to correct. We don't have to take my position on vaccines. I believe that we need to take a position that most closely reflects the evidence that we have, and that is a neutral position, allowing everyone to be persuaded in their minds based on the evidence. But look at this right here, and I want you to see something here based on compulsory vaccines. This is an article included in the Signs of the Times in 1907. A lot of people say, well, the Jacobson case, no one ever said anything. No one thought there was any problems with it. Well, this is kind of interesting because the Jacobson case did not have a 50-state-wide effect. Every state was allowed to decide whether or not they would allow exemptions to vaccines and create laws. So one of the reasons why you don't see a massive outcry after the Jacobson case is because the court decision was not federal law forcing everyone to get a shot. As a matter of fact, there was even a move to try to educate people and get them to take the vaccine, which ultimately failed after vaccines were shown to spread disease. But anyways, listen to what M.C. Wilcox says in 1907. And he's quoting an article from the Sunday Constitutional from a paper out in California. And he's quoting it. He puts it right in here because this is what he sees to be true. The American people will never, this is the article, go up one article. He says the American people will never submit to compulsory religion. That is something which with compulsory vaccination, belief in ghosts and fairies belongs back in medieval times when the smartest people didn't know any better to close their eyes and accept any kind of religious doctrine, which those in power saw fit to cram down their silly throats. Now again, he believes, M.C. Wilcox will actually tell you in the very next article that he believes in vaccines, but they could see that compulsory religion, that taking away the establishment clause was in the same vein as compulsory vaccination. If the state has the ability to force things in your arm, they also will take that same ability to force you to believe certain things as well. That's how they saw it. And again, if you look at his next statement here, this is in 1910. So this is well after the Jacobson case. And he puts this in here. And again, he believes in vaccines. He's going to tell you that. This is after the Jacobson case. And notice what M.C. Wilcox says in the Signs of the Times. He talks about people setting up an anti-vaccinationist meeting, and it was broken up by a medical doctor, and he believed that they had a right to do it. And this is what he says, talking about the man who was arrested because they were holding an anti-vaccine meeting. He says the arrested man had no redress. Listen to what he says. Yet we believe in proper vaccination, but this is a shame. This is how he felt about compulsory vaccination. This is how he felt when people were silencing other speech. This is how he felt when people were being shut down who couldn't even have a meeting questioning vaccines. He was not happy about it. He said it's a shame. He says, yet this action, shutting people down, compulsory vaccination, yet this action lies right along the same lines of religious legislation clamored for before every parliament of the people, state, and national. The sad fact is that such things as this of today will be forgotten by the people in the rush of tomorrow, while in the future they will be used as precedents by the promoters of religious and paternal legislation. So you could see he even saw compulsory vaccination, shutting down speech, all these things as a precursor to legislation that we see clearly in prophecy. Now here's the key. I don't want anyone to get twisted. What we see today is not the mark of the beast. What we see going on is not the mark of the beast. What we do see is a series of anti-freedom legislation that can be used, and I would submit will be used, to do more than what it's doing now, to take away freedoms, to take away rights, and all these things. And we should, as a people, based on the information that we have, we should not only be concerned, but we should be lending our voice in protest, saying, even if you believe in the shot, this is a bridge too far, even for us. And I'll leave it there with that.
Thank you for this presentation. And I would like to ask Dr. Roger, do you have any comment on this topic?
Thank you very much. Yeah, in listening to Tim, I think that we're going to actually agree on more than we're going to disagree, which is encouraging, and I think a bridge to the future. I do have a little bit, and it's all in the subtleties and the nuances about how we look at vaccines and what their role is, and also the health message being the right arm of the gospel, and where we go, and what our task is in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, what we've been tasked with, what is the divine task that we've been given as Seventh-day Adventists, and that is found in Revelation chapter 10, which is to prophesy again, and not only to people's tongues and nations, but also to kings. And I think that's really where we go. I'm not going to take much time here because we've already the time is much spent. But in the presentations and as we go through, I have definitely some slides and some issues that I'd like to bring up that I think give a little bit of a nuance to this issue, and I think a little bit more light on the topic. So I will hold my peace, and I'll be ready to go when you'd like me to continue.
All right, Dr. Song, would you like to add anything to this topic, the first topic?
No, at the moment, no. This is not the first time I've heard Dr. Perenick present, but I learn a little bit more each time I hear him. Thank you.
All right. Okay, then we will move on to our next topic, which is about the pharmaceutical industry as such. Pharmaceutical industry, probably a lot of our viewers know that, maybe especially the American viewers, is rated, I was reading the other day, as the lowest out of 25 US industries, with a ranking so low it's actually in the negative. Few industries have scored lower than Big Pharma according to Americans' perception, and that this state has been well earned based on the growing opioid epidemic, rising drug costs, widespread history of fraud and deception. Every year, Gallup surveys Americans about their attitude toward 25 industries. Ranking in the lowest position as most loaded industry in the pharmaceutical industry, which got so many bad rankings that it has has a score of -31. For comparison, the top-rated sector, the restaurant industry, has a net positive score of plus 58. And this is a survey which involved 1,525 adults, which were asked to choose their overall view of 25 industry using the rankings: very positive, somewhat positive, neutral, somewhat negative, or very negative. Only a few other industries have received such a negative rating over the survey's nearly 2-decade run, including the federal government, oil and gas, real estate, and automobile industry. The new law in the pharmaceutical industry U.S. image comes amid a range of criticism of industry norms, from generating the highest drug cost in the world, spending massive amounts in lobbying politicians, to the industry's role in the United States opioid crisis, Gallup noted. Dr. Roger, would you agree with these ratings? Or do you believe there is more to this story?
Yeah, let me go ahead and we can start with our PowerPoint presentation, which is going to cover a little bit of Adventist history, but also go into the pharmaceutical company as well, and talk a little bit about the industry and things of that nature. So as you can see, the first slide is on hydrotherapy, and this takes us back to 1863. This is when Ellen G. White was given her first vision on health, Oswego, and sort of the general direction that she would lead the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Unfortunately, she had her son had come down with diphtheria, and she learned from Dr. James Jackson of Dansville, who lived from 1811 to 1895. As he says here, by the use of hydrotherapy, whereas great numbers of persons 4 years ago died of the disease in this town, and whose deaths caused a real panic among the people, the disease, diphtheria, had become no more feared than any other morbid condition of the body common to our people. And I really appreciate this. You know, when the pandemic first started, I am a pulmonary and critical care physician. I take care of patients with COVID-19. I work in a one hospital town and a one ICU hospital. So I see all of the people who come in our township in Redlands in Southern California. And I've prayed with these patients. I've held their hands. I've talked to their family members as we put endotracheal tubes down into their lungs, central lines into their bodies, all sorts of medications to keep these people alive. And so I can see the benefit of being able to prevent this from happening. We actually instituted hydrotherapy in my intensive care unit. I believe so much in these things. So, but I tend to take a Swiss cheese model where every slice of Swiss cheese, it might have holes in them, but each one is appropriate in trying to prevent death and disease, because just as Christ is in the most holy place, pleading his blood before the Father before our probations close, if anything we can do to extend people's lives and prevent their close of probation, I think we're working in league with what Jesus Christ wants us to do. Ellen White says, this is from Selected Messages 289. Your question is, in urgent cases, should we call in a worldly physician because the sanitarium doctors are all so busy that they have no time to devote outside practice? If the physicians are so busy that they cannot treat the sick outside of the institution, would it not be wiser for all to educate themselves in the use of simple remedies? And we've advocated this on our channel on MedCram. We've had a number of videos that we've made on hydrotherapy, on John Harvey Kellogg, on the benefits, scientifically proven in some of these cases where they look at interferon levels. We don't have randomized placebo-controlled trials in COVID-19, but this is very important. We've talked about sleep, the need for sleep, and it's always amazing to me how clear Ellen White has been on these topics and how true she has been and how the science has proved her correct. Why would anyone be ignorant of God's remedies, hot water fomentations and cold and hot compresses? It's important to become familiar with the benefit of dieting in case of sickness. Science is showing now that intermittent fasting may be beneficial. Even in COVID-19, the science is starting to emerge on that. They may call upon someone who understands nursing, but everyone should have an intelligent knowledge of the house he lives in. Now, notice you'll see this over and over again. Ellen White makes these statements, but she never makes it an absolute statement. She never says you should never call the nurse. She never says you should never call the doctor. These health remedies are to be used to help with the majority of these diseases, but she never says that we can dispense with all higher forms of medical treatment if we have this knowledge. And she never says that this will put away forever any kind of use. Why would she do that? Why would she say those sorts of things? We'll talk a little bit about this. Some people could say those some sort of statements, especially if when you look at some of these statements from like spiritual gifts. I was shown that more deaths have been caused by drug taking than from all other causes combined. That was in 1864. Drugs never cure disease, she says. They only change the form and location. Nature alone is the effectual restorer. How much better could she perform her task if left to herself? That was in 1864 as well. This is right after she received her first health vision the year before. I tell you this because I dare not withhold it. Christ paid too much for man's redemption to have his body so ruthlessly treated as it has been by drug medication. That's in Medical Ministry, page 229. Interesting evaluation and an analysis by Dr. Hone, who looked at what was the current practice in 1864. And this is a American medical textbook that was published in 1868 called The Science and Practice of Medicine. And if you looked at the chart to describe what kind of medical treatments were devised at the time, they're very similar to what Tim was telling us about what was in the smallpox vaccine. I mean, it's amazing to me that Ellen White would have no opposition to even that type of a vaccine, given the advice from her physician. So that was good news for me to hear. In almost every case, the drugs advised are either in this textbook in 1868, narcotics, toxic chemicals now banned or restricted for human exposure by the EPA, not the FDA, the EPA. I mean, this is how egregious the practice of medicine was back in the mid 1800s. So what has happened since that time? Knowledge, men shall go to and fro, knowledge shall increase, not just in scientific areas, but also obviously in religious and spiritual. And we've seen that with the development of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and the three angels' messages. But science has proven and shown time and time and again that the spirit of prophecy and the natural healing methods are very good and in most cases superior to drug medication. But as a pulmonary and critical care specialist, I tell you, there is always going to be a place in some instances when we're talking about emergency situations for medication. Think about if you go to the hospital and you are in a car accident. Ellen White said, look, hey, general anesthesia might be necessary. If someone comes in with a stroke and we have a medication that can break up that stroke within minutes using a medication called TPA, I would do that. That would be the humane thing to do. These medications are the product of laws in this country. For instance, in 1906, there was a federal law requiring purity in the medications that were dispensed. In 1938, the Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act had to require safety before something could be sold as a medication. And then in 1962, you have the Cavauer-Harris amendments required proof that they actually did what they were supposed to do. So think about anesthesia. Think about antibiotics. You go to the hospital, you're going to deliver a baby. The epidural, that's all a product of these regulations that have occurred. Same with the clotbusters. This is what Ellen White says in Selected Messages, Volume 2, page 283. She condemned drugs that poison the blood and endanger life. She wrote in 1888, drug medication as it is generally practiced. Again, notice that she's not closing the door on all drugs. She's saying generally practiced. And I would have to agree with what she's saying here based on what we know, what was practiced at the time. As it is generally practiced is a curse. On the other hand, in a letter to personnel at St. Helena Sanitarium, she said that drugs may not be as dangerous if they are wisely administered. That's in Selected Messages, Volume 2, page 283. Mrs. White nowhere states in any of her writings in discussing such simple medications that other and more effective medications might not later be found. That's in Selected Messages, Volume 2, page 293. And this in 278. Before major surgery, the entire body is saturated with a powerful and, in a sense, harmful drug. That's the anesthetic, to the point of complete unconsciousness and to complete insensibility. By the same token, after surgical procedures, the physician may find it necessary to administer painkillers that almost certainly include drugs and give relief and prevent the patient from lapsing from sheer pain into a state of surgical shock and, in some instances, possible death. So Ellen White is certainly leaving the door open here for emergency situations where life and death is at stake, that things that would not normally be entrained into the body under the health message might have a role to play and would not be considered a sin. This is in volume 2, page 293. Most of the drugs in use during her time are recognized today as poisons: arsenic, strychnine, opium, heroin, calomel, prussic acid, lunar caustic, antimony, and mercury. She said of these drugs, we can with safety discard the concoctions which man has used in the past. And I completely agree. Commenting on this, the compilers of Selected Messages, Book 2, noted in 1958, it is an interesting fact that as the result of 20th century medical research, physicians have largely discarded most of the medications in common use at the time referred to in this statement. Quote, Mrs. White nowhere states in discussing such simple medications that other and more effective medications may not later be found. Ellen White herself used tea as a medicine, though not as a beverage. She recognized that blood transfusions could save life. And she had radiation therapy 23 times at Loma Linda for skin problems. This was when Selected Messages, page 202 to 203. Here's a letter regarding this. This is a letter from W.C. White to a lady in Memphis, Tennessee, dated September 10, 1935. She says that he writes, Ellen White's son writes to her, the testimony strongly condemned the use of quinine, and everyone knows that it is bad for the constitution. But there are at present only a few persons who have been able to check malarial fever without quinine. One time when we were in Australia, a brother who had been acting as a missionary in the islands told mother of the sickness and death of his firstborn son. He was seriously afflicted with malaria, and his father was advised to give him quinine. Now remember, quinine is this medication that Ellen White had said was bad for the Constitution. It should not be taken into the body. And she's correct. This is not something that you should regularly take. And because of this statement, the father refused to administer it and his son died. Okay, so the question is should we defile the temple? Is it a sin to defile the temple of the human, of the Holy Spirit, the human body, if it means that it should die? And again, this is a question I think that's really at the crux of today's question is the health message the right arm of the gospel, or is the health message the gospel? Is it the test? Is it the thing that we are being put through and is a test of salvation? And I would submit to you that the health message, the purpose of the health message is to get people's mind clear off drug medication if possible, so that they can have a relationship with God, and it is that leads to our salvation. So the question is should we die keeping the health message? And that's the question that I would say, if in fact that is the health message. He refused to administer it, and his son died. When he met Sister White and asked her this question, would I have sinned? And remember what the definition of sin is. We have it from Scripture. Sin is the transgression of the law. So the question is the health message part of the 10 Commandments? Or is the health message a way at getting us to understand the righteousness of Christ and to be able to keep the 10 Commandments? I think it's very clear here because he's asking the question, would we have sinned to give the boy the quinine when I knew of no other way to check the malaria and when the prospect was that he would die without it? Now, I assume that this missionary was well trained in the health message, and therefore he would know hydrotherapy. He would know how to do these sorts of things because he's asking a very important question. And W.C. White says, in reply, she says, no, we are expected to do the best we can. Now, in light of that, WCW goes on to say, it is our business to learn to do without those things that are harmful to the system. Correct. That's exactly what the health message says. The warning giving us regarding the use of poisonous drugs should not, however, lead us to see our friends die when we know that the use of the drug would save life. And that's the key here, is extending the close of probation so that we can have salvation. Sister White has written much about the advisability of women physicians attending women, for instance. This is another thing that Ellen White wrote about. But women physicians are few, and men in some cases are supposed to be more skillful. Well, I don't know about that. I can't endorse that. I've known very, very many skillful physicians who are women. Some are on this program. However, there was a story. At one time, a lady teacher in Loma Linda refused to teach her class of boys about what was in the regular course of childbirth. This raised much discussion at Loma Linda, and the teacher brought to Sister White, when she visited, the testimony of Ellen White showing that she had written and said to her, "Look, does this mean what it says or not?" Sister White replied to this. She said, quote, "I have nothing more to say. I will not answer your question. I do not intend that what I have written regarding what God has shown me as the best ways to do, to be taken by men and made a law to govern all medical action." And I think that's the key. The question is, are we doing that today? Are we taking what Ellen White has written? And imagine this. Imagine you're in Ellen White's shoes and you have just found out that because you wrote down that you should not be using quinine, you've just found out that a young boy died because of what you wrote down. I am not surprised that Ellen White wrote very little about vaccination. These were things that were best left to people who are up to date on these issues, realizing that not all vaccines are the same, not all conditions are the same, and these details need to be taken into consideration when you're looking at whether or not to vaccinate. And that, I think, is the key question. Now, in terms of the pharmaceutical companies, we live on a planet that is full of sinful men. When Noah built his ark, it was a very smelly boat. There were a lot of animals on that boat, and there was a lot of dirty stuff, let's put it that way. But you know what? If I was living at that time, there would be no better place for me to be living than is in that boat. And that's the same situation that we have today. Every industry, everything, we know that as we get closer to the end of time, that God's Spirit is going to be withdrawn from this planet. I would just, as a parallel, direct you to the railroads. The railroads in the 19th century were inseparable from politics. State legislatures issued their corporate charters and determined where their lines would run. The federal government, too, played a very early role. As the Illinois Central in 1850 gained the first land grant to build its line, a whopping 2.9 million acres. There were political parties, the Whigs, the Republicans, the Democrats. They sought to turn these powerful entities to their electoral advantage. Corruption followed, of course. But the boundaries of corruption in the 19th century were largely undefined. Political and corporate men often justified their actions as legitimate, their malfeasance as warranted or sanctioned. And so you have corruption. Look at the Vanderbilts. Here's Cornelius Vanderbilt, who owned a lot of the railroads. He said, this is him at 15 years of age. "Ma, if I had a boat of my own, I could make more than Pa right now. There's a lot of good money in the harbor and I can find it." There was a lot of large and rich families that were using the railroads. And so this was a very corrupt organization, industry, just like we see today in the auto industry, just like we see today in the pharmaceutical industry, and all of these industries. But here's the point. God can take something corrupt, just like he took Rahab. God can take something corrupt, just like he took the Moabites with Ruth. God can take something corrupt, just like Tamar. And out of that, we have the ancestors who turned out to be the ancestors of Jesus Christ, a perfect man. And here what we see is God can take something corrupt like the railroad process. And in 1858, they discovered something called the Bessemer process, which allowed them to take rail and turn it into, iron ore, and turn it into steel. And because of that, you were able to get a transcontinental railroad, which allowed for the first time the transportation, as it says here, of fruits and vegetables with carts that were refrigerated. So now for the first time, people in the northeast of the United States could get fresh fruits and vegetables from different places in the country. Now, in 1958 or 1858, they were able to do this. Now, because there is the availability of this, God now brings forth the health message in 1863, and now they're able to actually fulfill this. Think about this. In 1844, we had the message of the sanctuary. Soon after that was the Sabbath. Soon after that was all of these things that we know in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the state of the dead, etc. It wasn't until 1863 that the health message was established. And why was that? It's because of man-made things that could allow us to do that. Think about the Bible. The Bible and it's all of its leaves and pages that were spread throughout Europe like the leaves of autumn. How was that possible? Well, it was through the invention of the printing press. And there's a lot of corruption in the printing press. So just because we see corruption in these industries, it doesn't necessarily mean that the product of these industries are also should be discarded. I mean, how did we get here today? We got here in a car. The largest payout from a lawsuit, billions and billions of dollars, was because the VW Automobile Corporation skirted EPA rules and had to pay out billions of dollars. Does that mean we're never going to drive in a car again? So we have to remember, we have to be consistent. When we raise a bar and say that this is the bar that we're going to do, and we're not going to take a vaccine because it's from a corrupt vaccination industry, then we also have to have that same bar for everything else in our life. Otherwise, we appear to be hypocrites. And I'll close there.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Roger, for this interesting presentation. Dr. Song, do you have anything to add to this?
I think I'll save my comments for a little later when I go through my slides, just to save time because.
All right.
You know,
okay. Timothy, you raised your hand. Your microphone is muted.
Just a couple brief comments. One, it's interesting to note that the FDA was essentially created after the thalidomide fiasco, where children were being born without arms and legs. We recognize that whether it be in cars, whether it be in anything else, that we recognize there's a particular duty for the government to protect the body of other people, especially when people harm that. It's one of the reasons why there are lawsuits against car manufacturers, drug manufacturers, and things like that. But with vaccines, those have been curbed. So we have to keep that in perspective. Another thing that's important that I just want to point out, Dr. Roger was talking about diphtheria. And it's interesting, in 1901, it was published in 1902 in the Southern Watchman, January 23rd, Ellen White actually addresses it. Now, this is important because D. Robinson in 1931 talks about how her testimonies would have supported using diphtheria antitoxin, or what they call serum. And serum was invented in 1891, so she had at least 11 years to comment on it, say you should use it. But what she says in the Southern Watchman in 1902, January 23rd, she says this, again, there may be someone sick there. You may want to know how to use the common methods, the simple remedies of water. It is a simple power. Although my husband and I were not physicians, yet we were. We could go around when doctors' children were cut down 4 and 5 and family physicians. We never lost a case that is in diphtheria. And we used only as simple treatments. In doing so, we gained confidence of the physicians. When persons would go to the physicians for help, they would say, if anybody can help you up there, it is Elder White. He and his wife go around and help people. I don't know how they do it. And this is the idea. She was teaching them how to use this. Even though they had serum to use, she still continued to educate and tell them to use this. The other thing about the X-ray is that she actually comes out and says, and this is often pointed out, but in the Paulson collection, page 217, she says this, and she talks about using all this technology. She says, I've been instructed that the X-ray is not the great blessing that some suppose it to be. If used unwisely, it may do much harm. The truth of the matter is that we couldn't even use the X-rays that they used back then. There's so much radiation, it would be against the law. No one would be allowed to use it. Very not safe. And if you go back to the literature in those days, they were using it to treat everything. Hair growth, hair loss, all kinds of things, eye conditions, skin conditions, all kinds of stuff. And so we know today, especially in our ideas about treating cancer, that we have to be exceptionally careful. So even then, she was shown that it wasn't as safe, and I understand that she got it. I also just want to point out one other thing, is that, I get that drugs, and I do, listen, let me be very clear, I'm not on the side of going back and just using natural things. I am very thankful that we have incredible surgeons and doctors that can save lives. We are blessed to have this opportunity, and we've learned so much from our mistakes in the past. But when we try to gloss over the crisis that we have with drugs and say that it's different back then, we need to remember there was no giant opioid crisis. One journal reported that from 2000 to 2018, over 300,000 people died alone from opioids. So we need to be very careful. Peter Gotche in the Polish Archives of Internal Medicine 2014 estimated that over 200,000 people die every year from taking prescription drugs. either taking them as prescribed, whether they have some unknown drug-to-drug interaction or something like that, they end up dying. So drugs, while we know, like if you have to have surgery, if you have to have certain things, we understand that you may have to rely on it. They're still dangerous. There's still reason why they're regulated. There's still, and so the idea is that, hey, what she said is not invalidated by the fact that we do better research today. There's still much to question about it. So anyways, I do appreciate what he said, and I'll let anyone else talk.
All right. Yes, Dr. Roger.
Yeah, I would just like to say I agree with everything Tim said there. Except for one point, which I'll just bring up that's not often known, is that for many years the vaccine industry, if there was an adverse event, they were sued, they were litigated against, and the complaint was at the time is that it was very burdensome for victims, ordinary victims, to be able to mount that kind of a suit against the vaccine company because it required lawyers. I mean, imagine the lawyers you would have to hire to against these very well-paid corporate lawyers. And so because of multiple complaints over the years about this, that it was so difficult to successfully try to sue against these vaccine companies, the government stepped in and actually came up with a program called the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program, which makes it much easier for people who have been able to show injury against vaccines. And let's face it here, there is nothing in this world without risk. I'm not saying here that nobody ever gets an adverse reaction from a vaccine or actually anything. I mean, just to be very clear, those people that come into the hospital that have strokes and we give them medications to break up that clots, there is a small percentage of people who will develop bleeding. Anybody that we give that to, we have to monitor them in the intensive care unit, make sure we get a CAT scan, make sure they haven't bled. So we try to mitigate that as much as possible. We try to narrow the field so that people who can benefit from the medication as much as possible get benefit from it. But there's always going to be risks, and I don't think anybody's saying that there aren't any risks of the vaccine. A lot of people look at this issue of the vaccine companies are immune from suit. Well, yeah, but the other flip side of that coin is that was because there were complaints about the amount of money it was going to take to sue them. So they have this compensation program, which you don't have to have any money at all. You make your case, and the government will remunerate for any type of injuries, and that's not just COVID-19. That's for any of the vaccine programs. So I just want to make that clear, that it's not like the vaccine companies have developed this immunity from being sued. It's because of people who were having issues before, difficulty suing the vaccine company. But I just want to make sure that was clear.
All right, thank you. If there is no more comment on the second topic, we'll move on to our next topic, which is about the vaccine adverse event reporting system. That's the system which is being set up. It's a database managed by the CDC in the United States that collects reports of health problems experiencing after taking a vaccine. And the roles, it aims to identify potential side effects that pre-market safety testing may have missed. Now, according to the CDC VAERS, the system is supposed to be the nation's frontline system for monitoring vaccine safety. And this is especially, I believe, critical for the COVID-19 shots, since they were the first to go on the market ever without a long-term safety testing required for FDA approval. Now, Dr. Song, I believe you have more on this topic. So please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to back up real quick and say something. We live in a time of unprecedented global fear and confusion right now. This is a time unlike any I've seen in my lifetime. Government agencies and many doctors say one thing, and other doctors and scientists say completely opposite things, confusing people. Here in America, in some cities, people are being barred from entering places of business if they don't show their papers. Scientists and lay people alike are being censored from monopoly platforms of information exchange if they dare question official policy. People have been fired from their jobs or prevailed upon to take an experimental genetic device under duress with threat of not being able to work in the fields in which they've trained and in which they have decades of experience and expertise. Young people have been barred from school, and now small children will be as well if parents do not give them a treatment, the long-term effects of which, especially on immature hearts, immature nervous systems, immature immune systems, are completely unknown. These all represent outright violations of the Constitution of the United States and some of the most foundational amendments, as well as of the Nuremberg Code. Our people, parents, teachers, doctors, anyone who do not wish this for themselves and their children, simply crazy. Are they ignorant of the facts? Should they be stripped of their rights to bodily integrity, of their livelihoods, and of their voices in public discourse? One branch of the Department of Health and Human Services, as you mentioned, is the vaccine adverse event reporting system, which is co-administered by the CDC. And lately, there have been a lot of voices trying to dismiss VAERS as untrustworthy, perhaps even tainted by fraudulent data, by some voices, including by some doctors in the Adventist Church. It is very important for us to understand what the function of the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting Service is. What can it do? What can it not do? What are its limitations? And by the way, before I go on to my slide number 1, I want to say, yes, there is a mechanism whereby people may be compensated for vaccine injury, but let me remind everyone that that is being paid for by taxpayer money. If it's the government paying for it, it's funded by you and me. The vaccine companies are not being held liable, and that's the difference since 1986. Thank you. Let's look at slide number 1. So the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting Service contributes to public health in critical ways. Next slide. The FDA, next slide, please. If the FDA took a cue from VAERS and issued a warning regarding myocarditis, next slide, slide number 3. How likely are doctors to report things they see that may be related to vaccines? How likely are they to report to VAERS? Slide 4. In one survey study, 37% of the primary care doctors that were interviewed, or were surveyed, I should say, reported seeing a vaccine adverse event, but only 17% of those 37% actually reported the injury to VAERS. Now, there are a lot of barriers to reporting, and I'll get to some of that in a minute. It's not an easy thing for a very busy doctor, as all of us are, to take time out to do this type of report. In fact, next slide, some studies indicate that for some types of reactions to some vaccines, the rate of reporting may be as low as less than 1%. Next slide. Some of the reasons for failing to report, the failure of the patient to recognize the connection of the illness to the vaccine. So, if the patient doesn't bring it up, the doctor, may not discover it. Failure of the physician to discover the time course of events. The physician's own beliefs may be a barrier. And of course, some reactions can be delayed. Next slide. The physician is very busy. The physician does not think reporting is necessary, or the physician does not know about VAERS. Next slide. This is actually a comment made by a doctor in a public forum. Anyone can report anything to VAERS. You can report that someone turned into Mickey Mouse. I actually heard this doctor say this. Is this likely? Is this feasible that doctors or others reporting to VAERS would do this? Let's move to the next slide. This is on the VAERS website. I saw this when I went there to report. In fact, I'd like to know if the doctor that made the previous statement, if he has reported any injuries to VAERS. I have, and let me tell you, it's a time-consuming process. So there's a statement in bold: knowingly filing a false VAERS report is a violation of federal law, punishable by fine and imprisonment. And trust me, I have enough on my plate with family, with finances. I do not need to be fined or imprisoned, and I'm not looking for that because I need to prove a point to the government. Not looking for that at all. In fact, as anyone who's filed one of these reports will know, there's about 24 questions you have to answer for one report, and there's page after page after page. And every time you click next, there's this same bold warning. You know, you're going to be fined and imprisoned if you're filing a false report. So most of us are very careful that we are only going to report very significant adverse events. You know, I'm not reporting everyone that came in with a rash after they got a vaccine, or everyone that came in with fatigue. You know, it has to be a significant event. Took me about 20 minutes to do one report, even though I had all the data in front of me. Now, if you don't have all the data in front of you and you have to go digging, the process can take longer. And after 15 minutes, the website kicks you out and you have to start all over again. So trust me, this is not something that any of us are looking to do. Okay, move to the next slide, please. This same doctor claimed that 8,000 people die in the United States per day. So this constitutes evidence, he implied, that, you know, the little blip we see on VAERS of deaths, you know, that's nothing, because the intended, and this is a quote, the intended purpose of VAERS is to detect patterns that occur above and beyond normal background levels for large populations like the US population. The reason I bring this up is because these things are being said in a public forum. And I really want to shed some light on what VAERS actually does. Next slide. So this study by Morrow et al. Was looking at flu shots and adverse pregnancy outcomes between 2010 and 2016. And I want to show you how in this published study, how they used VAERS. And let me say right now, there are millions and millions of miscarriages, just looking at miscarriages, millions of miscarriages every year in the United States. It is estimated that 23% of all pregnancies that happen to women aged 34 and older end in miscarriage. How many miscarriages were they looking at in this particular published study? 61 in that time period. So nobody was interested in comparing 61 events to see if that represented a significant rise against millions and millions of miscarriages. No, that was not what this was about. Next slide, please. What they were looking at, next slide, please. What they were looking at was vaccine event pairs that are reported more frequently than expected. In other words, VAERS signals are to alert us if something unusual is going on compared with other years, other vaccines, and so forth. Next slide. This graph has been shown by some to suggest that there is something called stimulated reporting going on with these COVID vaccines, meaning that because of all the media attention being given to them, that is why doctors are reporting more this year. Is that likely? The one example they give here was also from the Morrow study. Can you go back to the slide, please? The 2009-2010 spike, that tall spike you see there, how it looks different from the other bars, because of the media attention given that year to the swine flu vaccine, that is why that spike is taller. This is, VAERS reports that year. But before we attribute with no evidence that was the reason for that spike, we need to look at what happened that year. You notice the strangeness. There's a red bar there on top of the blue bar. Why? Because that particular year, pregnant women were given 2 different flu shots, not just the yearly seasonal flu vaccine, but they were given the H1N1 swine flu vaccine that year. And so that year was unique in that they got 2 shots, But was it simply just 2 shots of the same thing? Was the swine flu vaccine different fundamentally from the standard flu shot? Yes, indeed it was. Next slide, please. The swine flu vaccine had additional turbo boosters in it to make them more reactogenic, make them more effective, and unfortunately, they seem to have resulted in more adverse reactions as well. They had squalene, which the shots given to other people of that age group in the seasonal flu vaccine did not have. So certainly that was a unique year. There are other reasons that we maybe could attribute that spike in reporting to, such as the fact that, in fact, these women got a unique vaccine that year that they did not get in the other years. Next slide, please. So the burden of proof lies with those who seek to discredit the VAERS reports. This year's deaths are greater than 20 times that of the previous year. There's been a 1,000% increase in adverse events. So you need to give justification. The onus of the burden of proof is on those that are saying we need to just ignore this data. You need to give justification for the CDC and NIH not doing a study, a controlled study of deaths and serious adverse events by vaccine status. So in order to dismiss this unprecedented spike as mere hysteria, you need to provide evidence that it was due to hysteria. The only evidence will come from a controlled study showing that there was no difference in serious adverse outcomes between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And it needs to be a long-term study, more than just 2 months. And we need to look at outcomes that are rare, such as myocarditis and death, and perhaps strokes and heart attacks. We need to look at all of these things. No such things have been done. I have more to talk about, but I will take it back, send it back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Dr. Song. I believe Dr. Roger has some comments on this topic as well.
Yes, thank you very much. So the VAERS, as mentioned, is exactly what was mentioned here. It's a way of looking at patterns to see if there is a signal that needs to be investigated further. Dr. Song is absolutely correct. The best way to find out whether or not something truly is there is to do a randomized placebo-controlled trial. Randomized is the key word there, and placebo-controlled, and that is what that is the best evidence that we can to use that. I would say here, in terms of the VAERS, things that need to be very specific, and you have to understand very carefully, is a couple of these quotes. Let me go ahead and read them to you. First of all, from December 14, 2020 through July 19, 2021, about 160 million people have been vaccinated. And there has been about 12,000 individual reports on the VAERS among those who have received one of the COVID-19 vaccines. So that's quite a bit of numbers. The question is why and how and why are they there and what should we do about these? So you have to understand that the Food and Drug Administration requires healthcare providers to report any serious adverse events, including death, that happens after a COVID-19 vaccination, whether or not the provider thinks there is a link or not. The CDC says, quote, healthcare providers are required to report to VAERS the following adverse events after COVID-19 vaccination, regardless if the reporter thinks the vaccine caused the adverse event or not. That means that if a vaccinated person drowns, gets in a car crash, is struck by lightning, their death must be reported to the VAERS as an adverse event. Since we've vaccinated over 160 million people in the United States, and that's about half the population when this was written, it's actually higher than that now, there obviously is going to be a lot of things that are going to happen coincidentally than what was happening. And so we've seen this graph a lot being used. And I thank Margaret Song for sort of familiarizing us with this graph. This is the amount of reported deaths of the post-COVID-19 vaccine. And you can see here for a while here, all vaccines by year, pretty low. And then all of a sudden in 2020, there's this huge jump. And a lot of people have used this to say, just this graph, that the vaccine caused a bunch of deaths to happen. And so let's investigate that a little bit more. So as Margaret Song brought up, I'm glad she brought this up, this study by Morrow, which is the surveillance of adverse events after seasonal influenza vaccination in pregnant women and their infants, the vaccine adverse event reporting system in July of 2010 to 2016. Okay, so if we look at this graph again, I want you to be aware of what's going on here. The purple line that you can see here is the vaccine coverage. Okay, so it's the amount of people that have actually had the vaccine. And what you see here in the bar graphs is the amount of reporting. So in other words, how many people actually called in. So if we look along here, there's very limited amount of reporting here coming into the VAERS. And we have this sort of baseline of vaccination. What's interesting here in 07 and 08 is there was a huge amount of vaccine coverage that jumped up, probably a good 40 to 50% or more. And there was hardly any increase in reporting compared to the next year, where it was quite lower, about 100 about 10% coverage, and only about 60. And then you get to 2009, 2010. And as was pointed out by Dr. Song, is there was a huge amount of H1N1 that year. Notice that if it wasn't for H1N1, there would hardly have been much of an increase in the amount of coverage. And notice also that there was a huge amount of vaccine coverage that year. Now, it's pointed out that this may have been due to two different vaccine types, but notice the next year, there was almost the same, even higher, the amount of vaccine coverage. And so if this was all related to a super booster H1N1 vaccine, and then come back the next year, you might be able to explain it. But if there's any kind of difference, if there's 50-50 or anything else, how would you explain the fact that vaccine coverage went up the next year, actually increased, and you had a reduction in the number of reports? And so based on this information and looking at this, when we look at the amount of activity on the internet in terms of searching, and we're using this as a surrogate now for interest in this and understanding, and therefore as a stimulation to report this, because it's all a reporting system. You'll notice that year particularly it's more in line with the number of reports than there is on Google Trends. In fact, you can see that for the rest of the years afterwards. It kind of goes down, which it does here. And then in further years, it comes back up again, as it does over here. And that led the authors, not just me, this was the authors of that study, to conclude that the peak, and I'm quoting here, the peak in the number of pregnancy reports observed during 2009 and 2010, followed by a decrease in reporting, suggests that the 2009 spike in pregnancy reports after 2009 H1N1 inactivated vaccines may have been due to stimulated reporting. Notice that they say may have been due to. You're absolutely correct. The only way you can actually show this is with a randomized placebo-controlled trial. I'll take this opportunity to report from the VAERS system itself. So this is what the people who created the VAERS are saying, and I'm quoting them. These reports may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unverifiable. And that is what they are saying about their own data. So that is an interesting point. I also wanted to sort of bring up a point about what's going on with the COVID vaccine. So if we look at the Google Trends and just do a Google Trends search, this is basically where you can go into Google, you can go to Trends, you can type in a search engine term, and it will show you how much that has been searched in the last 5 to 10 years. It's really actually an interesting tool that you can use for social media. And you can see that it completely mirrors the spike in almost exactly the same in terms of the number of VAERS reporting. But let's get a little bit even more mathematical. For instance, this is Dr. Tom Shimaburko. He's the Deputy Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Immunization Safety Office. So this is the guy that actually runs VAERS. He says healthcare providers' reporting requirements are much broader now than for other vaccines. After someone receives a COVID-19 vaccine, their healthcare provider is required by law to report all serious adverse events, even if the provider does not think the vaccine caused the event. That's different. That's different than before. He says these events can include death, inpatient hospitalization, or a serious case of COVID-19. That reporting protocol is due to the fact that the FDA authorized the COVID-19 vaccines for emergency use. So when they made it for emergency use, and that's different from approval. Okay, the vaccine, one of the vaccines today is approved, but back then, when they first allowed it to be used, it was under emergency use authorization. Because of that, they expanded the role of the VAERS to say, look, we don't even care what you think it's from. We just want to know about it so we can look and be very careful to see if there's anything that goes along with it. So let's just do some numbers. Let's just actually calculate some numbers and see what would happen. If you look at the United States death rate, it's very similar to those in Europe. It's about 7 to 800 deaths per 100,000 population per year. Okay. And obviously, you can see here on this graph that as you get older, your chances of keeling over in a year in 100,000 goes up. But let's just go with the average, even though we know that we vaccinated mostly elderly people at the beginning of this pandemic. But let's make all the assumptions against what we're trying to show here. And let's just take the average, in which case that's about 800. And since January of 2021, there's been a fairly linear increase in the amount of people that have been vaccinated. So we can also assume that in the United States. So over a 7-month period of time, there's been about 166 million people vaccinated with an average time of 3.5 months. So obviously, if you've been vaccinated for 7 months, the average person has been vaccinated for 3.5 months. That's just mathematics. And if we look at the deadliest time per year, starting in January, it actually comes down. And so we've been vaccinating over this period of time through there's which has been an average death rate. So I think we're fairly on good ground to say, look, if we were to take 869 people who die every year per 100,000 people, and we put that into 166 million people who've been vaccinated, or let's just say got a shot or put a red dot on their shoulder or gave them saline in one campaign, and we prorated this over 3.5 months, which is the average time that someone's been vaccinated instead of the 12 months, we'll actually come up with 421,000 people that should be dead just based on averages. Now, it's probably higher than that. Why? Number one, because most of the people who are vaccinated in this country are much older than their average age. And most of them, because they were vaccinated at the beginning of the campaign, have been vaccinated longer. So this number of 421 is probably much higher than that. Nevertheless, if we were to have reported on every single one of these people who died, which is what the VAERS is suggesting, there should be 421,000 people in that VAERS. So if, as we say, that there's about a 1 to 100 reporting, then there should only have been about 4,000, right? Let's just assume the 1 to 100. I think it's probably maybe a little bit different than that, but let's just assume that. So we're getting about 5,000 to 6,000 people here based on this time period of time. And so in other words, are we seeing an increased risk of dying as related to the vaccine? Are we seeing a signal above and beyond what we would normally be expect to be seeing? It's impossible to tell, really. You can't tell whether or not that's the case because it's so low. It's not even a 100th of what we would expect to be seeing if everybody was even injected with a saline shot, which of course is harmless. The other thing that we often see is we see this graph, and we see this graph that how many people have died 1 to 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, up to 60 days after getting the vaccination. It looks here very damning here. Look, I mean, think about this, is that 1 to 2 days after vaccination, that's when we're seeing most of the people who are describing that they died. Well, if you think about this, if this is a purely random thing that's happening, I, as a physician, am much more likely to report a death associated with a vaccine that's 1 to 2 days after it than I am 50, 60, 70, 80 days after it. And so it's almost perfectly asymptotic here, leading me to believe that because underreporting is the major engine for why we're seeing the number of deaths, that anything that affects underreporting or reporting is going to give us a signal. That's clearly the case in this situation. 1 to 2 days, if someone were to get a shot and die 2 days later, that's much more likely to be reported than somebody gets a shot and dies a month or two later. And we know that that happens. We know that in the United States, people are dying every single day of drowning, of car accidents. 100 people today will die in a car accident. And so the question is we have to be careful when we look at these numbers. And as was mentioned, Margaret had, Dr. Song had said about randomized controlled trials. Well, we actually are doing randomized placebo-controlled trials. The problem is that you can't do a randomized placebo-controlled trial today with vaccines because you would have to tell people to not get the vaccine. And that is impossible to do because you would have to say, you're going to get a shot. We don't know if it's a vaccine or not. So many people have gotten COVID-19. So what you have to do is you got to go back to the original phase 3 trials. These phase 3 trials had over 80,000 people in them. So we're talking about people that were vaccinated back in July of 2020 or given placebo in the United States. These were 30,000 people in each of these drug trials. So 30,000 people in the Pfizer trial, 30,000 people in the Moderna trial, 30,000 people in the Johnson & Johnson trial. And all of these had endpoints at looking at preventing hospitalization or disease in the recipient. So here's a randomized placebo-controlled trial where they look at the differences in these two. And the events that we're talking about, like myocarditis, the events that we're talking about, like blood clots in the brain, as I recall from the Johnson & Johnson trial, they were like in the realm of there were 6 people after 6 million doses. So that's 1 in a million. Those trials, that's a very, very, very small signal. I can tell you that in the randomized placebo-controlled trials that were done in the Pfizer, in the Moderna, in the Johnson & Johnson, there is no increased risk of death in any of those that were shown at those levels. So the only other thing I would add at this point is in reference to the inability to sue a vaccine company. Getting back to that, that's actually incorrect. If a vaccine company shows negligence, you are able to sue that company in terms of their vaccine. So if it's a damage that you're talking about, there is a program that is set up. If you can demonstrate negligence, you can actually sue the vaccine companies, and that does come out of the vaccine companies' portfolio, if you will. So the VAERS has problems. It's there designed to look for signals. It's not designed to say causality, and that's from the people who designed the VAERS. If you want to show causality, then we got to talk about randomized placebo-controlled trials. The ones that we do have show that there is no increased risk of death at all in these vaccines. So with that, I'll send it back to you, Michael.
Michael, can I interject something here? Can you all hear me? Okay. Just want to address a few things that Dr. Schwelt brought up. Number one, I did not say that we needed randomized controlled trials to look at to study the signals that VAERS is generating. VAERS, by the way, is not presenting any kind of hypothesis for the public or for scientists. It is purely a passive, raw data reporting system. If you see a signal, if you see any unusual spikes, it behooves the NIH, the CDC, and the FDA to pay attention and to follow through with some kind of a study. The only update that we have from the randomized controlled trials that have been published so far is September 15, 6-month update by Pfizer. And I will look at that study in some detail in a little bit. But no, we do not need randomized controlled trials to look at the VAERS signals. What we do need are any kind of controlled studies. So the most logical way to do that would be doing either a retrospective or prospective observational trial. As long as you have a control group and you are dealing with confounding factors, either by selection or by matching or by statistical analysis, that would be a valid type of study to do. I want to clarify that. I will also say that the 400,000 that Dr. Schwelt mentioned, the reason we're not seeing that type of signal is because doctors are not stupid. They're not reporting anybody that dies of a car accident after vaccine to VAERS. They are only reporting those conditions that they believe, even though they may not be 100% sure, they are going to take the trouble to only report those things that they are fairly certain about. And regarding I won't go back to the graph right now, but regarding that the pregnant ladies and the swine flu graph, that's a prime example of correlation does not prove causation. And the authors of the Morrow study mentioned the stimulated reporting as a possibility. Of course, they weren't presenting it as fact because they had no evidence. The reason you had higher coverage after 2009, 2010 is because, in fact, the women in those years were getting the vaccine, seasonal flu vaccine during the first trimester of pregnancy, whereas prior to 2009, they were not eligible for flu vaccines prior to the first trimester. So you are getting more reports and, yes, more coverage following but the unique thing about that 2009, 2010 year was that they were given an extra vaccine that was fundamentally different from the others. So I think you have to rule that out as that there were, in fact, more adverse reactions due to physiology rather than due to Google searches or whatever. I think that the onus of the burden of proof has to be on those that are saying, that increased reporting was just due to Google searches or whatever. So I will.
Could I just add something in there? So Margaret, I agree with you. I agree.
I think you're on now.
So I'm sorry, Margaret. I was going to say I agree with you. So then, at least the authors believe that that was related to stimulated reporting, but they said that it may be due to that. But what I think we can agree on is that we can't say for sure that the vaccine, that those reported events were completely due to actual physiological, more adverse events. Whether you want to put the burden of proof on one side or the other, it's the same point that I'm making, that you can't use the VAERS to say that the vaccine is causing deaths. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that there are other reasons to possibly explain it. I'm not saying that that's exactly what is happening, but you can't use the VAERS to say that vaccines are causing deaths. That's the point.
I would just like to say something real quick. I appreciate the conversation on VAERS. I just want to give a little history. VAERS was started because not all the other vaccines, you can look in federal law and you will actually see cases where parents were suing the vaccine manufacturers for the polio vaccine, particularly the oral polio vaccine, because children were transmitting polio through fecal material to their parents who had already been vaccinated. And so they were sued directly. But after 1986, they could no longer be sued directly. Every single case has to go through the Health and Human Service Secretary. It has to go through it. As a matter of fact, I know this particularly because I worked on litigation. I was thinking about being a lawyer one time. I worked with my family. And one of the things that we actually looked in was some of these cases. And around 2001, when they were looking at seeing if there was any lawsuits with mercury and autism, we investigated this, and everything has to go through the Health and Human Service Secretary. But it's important to note that that this whole VAERS and the National Vaccination Compensation Injury Program was the result of the pertussis vaccine, the diphtheria tetanus pertussis vaccine, or the diphtheria pertussis tetanus vaccine. And anyways, this vaccine actually, the whole cellular version of it was known to cause all sorts of neurological problems. It's actually well documented in the literature. And you can see the cases where a lot of doctors were saying, hey, this is a real problem. They thought that the whole cellular component of the pertussis vaccine was causing these injuries. And so because there was so much attention brought to this and people started to sue, that's when the vaccine manufacturers lobbied the government. Dr. Schwelt is correct. Parents did want to lobby it too, but it's not because they had to put up the cost. Anyone who's ever engaged in civil litigation knows that generally, especially in personal injury, you don't have to pay a dime. The lawyer actually fronts the costs, and you get they take 1/3 of whatever you collect. And so that was all done away with. That means there's no discovery. That means a lot of times the findings are not published. People would be interested to know that the National Vaccination Compensation Injury Program has actually awarded damages to parents whose children have suffered autism, and actually has awarded damages to people who believe that their multiple sclerosis was caused from the hepatitis vaccine. So all this is there, but you can't search it like you would in normal lawsuits. It's all done through there. Fees are set, damages are set, and it's all done through this. So we don't even have access to it. But this was all done in response to parents and people being upset and suing over the diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis vaccine. It is interesting to note that mostly we use today, because of this lawsuit, we use the acellular version because we believe that is less immunogenic. It doesn't cause the problems that the whole cellular pertussis version causes. So that's how it actually started. And VAERS was in response to that because we didn't actually have data on how these vaccines injure. We were in the dark for many years. Everyone was saying they're safe and effective, and then we would hear these stories and see signals of it, but we weren't investigating. The problem is with VAERS is that it's grossly underreported. There was an article published in 2006, and it was published in Drug Safety, written by Hazel et al. And anyways, they demonstrated after looking at a series of studies that just with regular drugs, including some vaccines, that there was an 86% underreporting. 86%, and that's with everything. And this is in their surveillance systems like VAERS that you're supposed to report to, that you have an obligation to report to. And they list some of the many reasons why. Some doctors don't assume that these things are linked. Some doctors don't want to waste their time. They assume that these things will be worked out in post-marketing surveillance. And VAERS is also a victim of that as well. The Lazarus study, which was done in Harvard, actually shows that they were estimating about 1% of all adverse event from vaccines. All vaccine adverse event reports are actually about 1%. So they're underreported by a massive factor. David Kessler in 2011 felt that VAERS was about 6% of all reports going into VAERS were actually reported. So we don't even know, but based on the signal, we should investigate. Another study, it's a preprint published in preprint, so it's June 2021 this year. And this is from McLaughlin et al. And they examined some of the cases in VAERS to see if death was actually linked to the actual vaccine. And what they found is that they found that 2/3 of everyone who reports to the system is a medical practitioner, either physician, physician's assistant, nurse practitioner. They report in that system. However, they also found that they could only distinguish about 14% of the cases not related to the vaccine. So here you have gross underreporting. Most of the reporting is done by medical practitioners, physicians, etc. And then, at best, only 14% of all the cases where death was the end result could actually be excluded. So the truth of the matter is we actually don't know. And this is why certain countries like Norway have actually decided to go by the precautionary principle and not allowing the Moderna vaccine to be used in there anymore because they're worried about whether or not the signal that they're getting with clots and other things is actually accurate. They know that there's gross underreporting, even in sometimes socialized medicine system where seemingly everything is to be reported. They even know there, because of bias in favor of vaccine safety, that you don't get all of that. So I just want to point that out. Last thing I want to point out is this, and this is where we have to be careful, and I want to say this as a Seventh-day Adventist Christian. When Ellen White says nothing about a subject, that doesn't mean she's for it, and that doesn't mean she's against it. We cannot use her silence to say she took the shot. Clearly she didn't. And we cannot use her silence to say that she was an anti-vaxxer. We have silence. That's it. The best we can go by is what she actually did say and what she actually did promote. And I think the closer we stick to that, the closer we're going to stay to the health message and her vision of it. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Tim. And I believe we have reached the next topic. which is probably one of the most controversial topic, not just here in Denmark, but I believe also worldwide. And our next topic is about vaccine safety. Are these vaccine proven to be safe? Now, prior to taking any unproved drug, I believe as a person that anyone should have the right to receive a broad and complete spectrum of information about the potential effects of those drugs on our body in order for us to receive an informed consent or to refuse. So in order to allow the population to use these biologicals, the governments around the world has obviously declared a pandemic in order to use a medical emergency and utilize the emergency use authorization, as it is called in the United States, which in my view emphasizes that the agents are not approved as it should and are entirely experimental. The vaccine approval process for an experimental vaccine normally requires, as I understand science and the medical field, a period as long as 10 years of intensive study before a vaccine is approved. In this case, in the case that we are living in today, these companies were studying these vaccines for only a couple of months before they were released, despite a recommendation by the FDA they be studied a minimum of 2 years before approval. One should be aware that the studies by these makers of the vaccines, I believe, were badly flawed in that placebos and blinding of the studies were abandoned before adequate studies were completed. This prevents researchers and regulatory agencies from being able to determine if a product is actually safe or effective. Now, let's move on. And I believe that Dr. Song has some information, some data, and some comment on this topic. Dr. Song.
Can we go to slide 16? Okay, before I launch into a brief discussion of one important safety concern, I want to give some background info here. This is Ioannidis from Stanford, WHO bulletin last year. Actually, this is published this year. It basically, the median infection fatality rate from COVID, if you're under the age of 70, was 0.05%. Next slide, please. That means there's a 99.95% survival for those under 70. Next slide, please. For children, that would be a 99.998% survival. Next slide, please. This is a graph from the CDC. This screenshot was taken just yesterday, so it's very up to date. Looking at who's dying from COVID, you see the tall purple peaks there. The purple lines, the solid purple line there are those over 75, and you could see that they take the lion's share of the deaths. The next pink dotted line is 65 to 74. The faint pink line underneath that is 50 to 64, and so forth. And when you look at the younger ages, the children, the yellow line, the yellow dotted line, the green dotted line, their lines are indiscernible from the horizon. Next slide, please. So the British Medical Journal published this opinion piece in the month of May, just right before the FDA did grant emergency use authorization for these vaccines for children, for young people. The scientists from Carnegie Mellon, UCSF, and Johns Hopkins, and I quote, "Unlike for adults, the likelihood of severe outcomes or death associated with COVID-19 infection is very low for children, undermining the appropriateness of an emergency use authorization for child COVID-19 vaccines." But I want to look at one area that's particularly concerning. Next slide, please. And that is the issue of cardiac adverse events, particularly myocarditis and myopericarditis in young men and boys. In this preprint publication, they found that for boys 16 to 17 without medical comorbidities, the rate of cardiac adverse events is 2 to 3.5 times higher than their 6-month risk of getting hospitalized with COVID. Next slide, please. In the same study, for those 12 to 15, that risk is even higher, up to 6 times higher for boys if they're vaccinated, of getting myocarditis than of them getting hospitalized with COVID. Next slide, please. Now, this was an example of the CDC actually reporting on something from VAERS. Dr. John Su published this myocarditis update in young people. Next slide. We find that there are many more males. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Slide 24. We see that there are many more males than females getting these events. If you see the median age of myocarditis after the first dose, it was 26. The median age dropped to 20 after the second dose. So it seems like the younger they are, the more resistant they were to some of the toxic effects of this vaccine. So, you know, the 20-year-olds, you know, the first dose is like their bodies gave them a warning, and after the second dose is when they got sick. Next slide, please. As you can see here, there were many more reports after dose 2 than after dose 1. And I'm going to go on to the next slide here. This is a study that some have presented by Singer and their colleagues. Again, another preprint publication. And in this study, they claim that young males infected with COVID are up to 6 times more likely to develop myocarditis than those who've received the vaccine. Now, that may or may not be, you know, they're extrapolating that from their study, but the issue, you know, with those presenting this information is, I think the implication is that it is therefore riskier to not get your teenage boy vaccinated than to vaccinate your teenage boy, because after all, if they get COVID, their risk of getting myocarditis is higher than if they get the vaccine. But what we have to ask is, did all young males in the United States during the 12-month period of this study, which ran from April of last year to about April or so of this year, it's a 12-month period, did all young males in the United States end up getting COVID? And in fact, not just end up getting COVID, but in this study, you were excluded from the study if you had not been seen by the doctor in this clinic system at least twice in the past 4 years. So, and also, you know, as some of you may be aware, most young people, teenagers and children who get COVID get very mild disease. They likely will not even present for care to the doctor. So this is among boys who were sick enough to actually have to see the doctor for their COVID. And also not just be sick enough to see the doctor, but they are boys that have had a history of seeing the doctor the last few years. Because if they hadn't, they were not included in this study. So this is not representative of all healthy boys in the United States. I want to make that very clear. What we are implying, if you're saying that it's riskier to not get vaccinated if you're a teenage boy than to get vaccinated, what you're failing to take into consideration is the risk that a healthy teenage boy gets symptomatic COVID during a 12-month period, bad enough to have to see the doctor for it. I did some calculating of my own of that risk because I did not see it readily available. Slide 27, please. So as I said, in this study, in the Singer study, uh, boys sick with COVID and presenting for care aged 12 to 15 had about a 600 per million chance of getting myocarditis. So that was a 0.06% risk. Now, we have to know what the risk of a healthy young boy is of getting COVID in the first place. From the CDC and US Census data, I calculated that children aged 12 to 15 had about a 5% risk of getting COVID from the time period of this study, from March 30 of 2020 through April 1 of 2021. So you have to multiply that 0.0% risk by about 5.1%. And that equals about 30 per million risk of getting myocarditis from getting COVID if you're just a regular boy who sees the doctor now and then. Now, this is also, can we go back to the slide, please? This is also a grossly inflated number because the number of kids who present for care will be a small fraction of those who actually get COVID, as I mentioned. So basically, that's an estimated at least 5.4 times higher risk of myocarditis for a healthy, vaccinated 12 to 15-year-old boy compared with a healthy, unvaccinated 12 to 15-year-old boy in the US over the 1-year period of the Singer et al. Study. So is that clear? We cannot compare healthy population of boys and their risk of myocarditis against an unhealthy population, those that are seriously ill. The risk of myocarditis in those that are seriously ill with COVID cannot be compared to, or you can if you want, but it's not a good comparison to make to the risk of myocarditis in a healthy boy, just going about his business. He has about a 5% chance of getting COVID in the first place in a 1-year period of time, and a far lower percent chance of getting serious COVID, sick enough to present to the doctor for care in a 1-year period of time. So just to illustrate this point a little bit more, can we move to slide 28? So we have a basket of healthy strawberries, okay? They're just playing soccer and they're just, doing their homework and climbing trees, whatever, healthy strawberries. And then we have a small segment of the population of strawberries with a mildew, we'll call it. 5% risk that a healthy strawberry will get mildew in a 1-year period. Slide 29, please. Now let's say that in order to prevent mildew, we decide to fumigate all strawberries. So that yellow cloud there, we fumigated the strawberries. Unfortunately, we find that by fumigating, some of them develop a disease that I'm just going to call strawberry blight, and represented by the black dots. So there are a few, not a whole lot, but some blight that appears in the fumigated strawberries, something we weren't expecting to see. Oh, but the mildewed strawberries, get more blight. There are more dots in the group of mildewed strawberries. Next slide, please. So, but what we have to understand is that we are comparing blight in healthy fumigated strawberries against blight in healthy strawberries in a small segment of strawberries that have the mildew. So if you're comparing the fumigated strawberries against the untreated strawberries will have a much lower rate of getting the blight. And that's kind of a little illustration there, just a little parable. Let's move on. Actual numbers of myocarditis is probably far worse than what was represented by comparing the Hoag study with the Singer study. Going back to VAERS here, it is suggested, it's not proof, it is suggested from this data that myocarditis cases may be up to 200 times more prevalent in vaccinated young men aged 18 to 24 compared with expected rates. And notice here that Dr. Su in this CDC publication compares this against expected rates in healthy young men and healthy teenagers. Expected rates of myocarditis in that population are very, very low. Again, we're not looking at rates in those with COVID. That's not the comparison group here. The comparison group is healthy teenagers, healthy young people, extremely low. And so we're comparing the expected against the observed, which is the appropriate comparison to make. Okay, moving on. This slide I sort of stole from another presenter at the FDA's Vaccine Advisory Biological Products Committee meeting they had in September, pointing out to those that were listening in that meeting at the FDA, something that everyone in that room knew. Unlike the rest of the US population, everyone in that room knew this. All-cause mortality. Where's the data on all-cause mortality? There's some limited data that the vaccines may be saving some COVID deaths in the short term. Some recent studies, 7-week follow-up, 3-month follow-up. But the question here is, are these vaccines causing more deaths from any cause? Could they be causing more heart attacks, more other events? And then even aside from death, we could also ask the question of other debilitating problems. Let's go back to slide 33. Yes, are the vaccinated more likely to die of other diseases, fatal blood clots, fatal brain bleeds, ITP? Is there a reason to wonder about these? Next slide, please. You might remember in late December when the vaccines were first rolled out, there was a much publicized death of a Miami OBGYN doctor, Dr. Gregory Michael. He was 53 years old, very active, healthy, no chronic illnesses. And he, within 3 days of his first Pfizer shot, got red bumps everywhere all over his body. His platelet count was 0, and he was dead within about a week after that discovery. Died of a massive brain bleed. And then a few weeks later, the New York Times published an article where they talked about 36 such cases. Not everyone died, some did, of ITP. And what's really remarkable about this is that there's been silence in the media about these kinds of cases since January. What happened now that vaccinations have been ramped up by the millions? Did they just disappear? Excuse me, I am, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, did they just disappear? Why have we not heard anything about this since then? Slide number 36. So British Medical Journal, slide 36, please. British Medical Journal, we want to make it very clear. The current vaccine trials, the current phase 3 trials, are not set up to look at the question of death. They were not statistically powered to look at death, so they did not enroll enough subjects to talk about serious outcomes such as death. And they probably would have had to enroll at least, several orders of magnitude higher numbers in their study in order to look at an outcome like death. Next slide. In the VAERS database, there have been now almost 17,000 deaths reported due to the COVID vaccines. And keep in mind, as we've talked about already, there is serious underreporting with VAERS. It's probably the biggest weakness the biggest problem with VAERS is the underreporting. Next slide. And there have been about 800,000 serious adverse events reported to VAERS. This is a graph showing the deaths reported to VAERS by year. And you see that tall spike, and that is 2021 so far. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that that spike has not been followed up on. The NIH has not devoted any dollars to looking at the question of who is dying more of heart attacks, of cardiac arrest, who is getting more strokes between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. No studies whatsoever have been done. The only data that we have so far that even approaches this question is the 6-month follow-up report from Pfizer themselves that was published in September 15 in New England Journal of Medicine. Now, I just showed you the British Medical Journal little opinion thing, which is not just an opinion. We as scientists, we all know this, that the studies, the Pfizer trial included, don't have enough numbers to show statistically significant differences in death, unless there's just a massive amount of death in one direction or another. It's not going to show anything. But this is the best we have. And what do we see so far in the vaccinated arm versus the placebo arm of Pfizer's trial? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So basically what we have so far, again, this is not statistically significant. It is merely the trend that we're seeing so far, is that when we're looking at death from any cause, we're not saying that the vaccine caused these deaths or this caused it or, riding a tricycle caused it. We're just looking at all death, regardless of cause, death from any cause. We actually have more people that have died in the vaccine arm of the Pfizer trial so far than in the placebo arm, 20 versus 14. And so at the very least, Pfizer cannot say that their product saves lives. Now, when we're looking at COVID mortality, that's one issue. I'm talking about all-cause mortality. We have no data from anywhere in the world that these vaccines are saving lives, and the best we have right now is from the Pfizer original RCT cohort, and so far the trend is looking the other way. I'll hand it over back to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Dr. Roger, would you like to comment on this?
Hey, before we get going, I just want to say something, and I don't want to cut into Dr. Schwalt's time. I know we've been on long. Do you guys want to just go to the religious freedom section and not do mandates to save time? Would you guys be agreeable to that, or do you want to do the mandates as well?
I believe it's up to you. It's probably a subject which is overlapping.
That's what I was thinking. So we just deal with the religious freedom argument. I think maybe we'll find more agreement there, and I think that would be a good way to end. Are you okay with that, Dr. Schwelt?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's all one topic anyway. So
Okay,
Right.
Fair enough. Sounds good. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Please go ahead, Dr. Roger.
Thank you very much. So there's been much made about the newness of this vaccine or the vaccines, I should say, especially the mRNA vaccines, but also the Johnson & Johnson, which does use a DNA vector as well. A couple of things you should know. First of all, every single trial, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, was completed and was done successfully. There was no corners that were skipped. I think in terms of the advancement of the timing of these trials, it should be noted that the major delay that occurs typically when you try to develop a vaccine is there is a delay between when you get the findings and then when you build the factories and put the infrastructure in, because there's a lot of risk for pharmaceutical companies to invest a lot of money into a factory that's going to produce something that may not work. They're not going to do that normally. And that's a lot of what the delay is. In this situation, the government removed that delay by offering money to pharmaceutical companies that some did not take, that would allow them to build the factories at the same time that they were conducting the randomized controlled trials. So animal studies were done, preclinical studies were done, animal studies were done, phase 1 trials were done, phase 2 trials were done, and as we've just discussed, phase 3 trials were done. And during that period of time, the factories were being built and the vaccines were being manufactured. And I think that's a lot of what has a lot of the time has cut back on that. The other thing I would mention as well is there's also been this, for some reason, misinformation regarding the fact that messenger RNA put into a nanoparticle is somehow a brand new platform that has never been used before or been FDA approved before. And that is patently incorrect. For those of you who don't know, back in 2018, the FDA approved a drug by the name of patisiran, which is an RNA molecule in a nanoparticle, a nano lipid droplet, if you will, that is not given as a one-time injection into the arm, but in fact infused at 10 times the dose that we're currently using it in vaccines intravenously. Let me say that again. The FDA has approved a medication that is a RNA molecule in a lipid droplet that is infused intravenously and whose designation is for it to go to the liver at 1,000 micrograms, not 100 micrograms like the Moderna is, 1,000 micrograms, and is infused into the bloodstream of these patients every 3 weeks indefinitely. And the reason for this is because of polyneuritis that occurs because of a production of a protein, which this RNA shuts down the production of this protein, which causes a plaque formation. These people are able to get up from their beds. They're usually bedridden, and they're able to walk and to do amazing things. And this has been FDA approved for three years ago. So to say that this is a brand new platform that has never been used before on human beings, in that sense, is completely and demonstrably incorrect. The other thing I would point out is that getting back to this idea about myocarditis in young people, I think that's a reasonable discussion to have. I think it's reasonable. It's not off the wall to say, look, if the risk of myocarditis is higher in the vaccine than it is in getting COVID, then I think that's a real discussion that we ought to have. I personally believe that we ought to be looking at different age groups and coming up with intelligent dosing decisions. I don't think that just because something works well in a 70-year-old that it's got to work well in a young person. And unfortunately, I think that is using a blunt force instrument rather than using a surgical tool. So, but that being said, there are some problems with some of the data that was presented in looking at vaccines and their cause of myocarditis. Specifically in that paper that Dr. Song mentioned, the problem is that the data was gotten from the VAERS system. And what was to the credit of the authors of that study, which I know one of the authors on that study very well, you're able to actually go into the VAERS on a link on their system and actually look at the patients and the VAERS entries. And some of the problems is that some of these patients that were used in the study were positive for SARS-CoV-2. And so the question is again, it's a reporting situation. How are you able to say with any kind of accuracy that none of these patients who are entered into the study to show the incidence of myocarditis did not have SARS-CoV-2, not only in the last week, but in the last few months? We know that myocarditis can sometimes pop up months after an infection. And so again, the problem is with the VAERS and using it to come to conclusions. Randomized placebo-controlled trials need to be done. In terms of the randomized controlled trials and all-cause mortality, I find it incredulous that a study of 80,000 people in the mRNA vaccines, for instance, is strong enough to detect a difference in terms of prevention of hospitalization, but it's not able to detect a difference in mortality. I think that's a reasonable inference because the differences are so small. I mean, it's rare that people die of COVID-19. Dying of COVID-19 is not the end-all, be-all. There are many people, I've seen them in my clinic, that have long COVID. These are patients who, after 3 months of coming down with the virus, still have symptoms, still have not regained their ability to smell, which is a public health issue. If you're in a building that's on fire, that could cause a problem. I'm heartened to see that even after this length of time, the randomized controlled trials still have not shown a difference in mortality. I think that's a reasonable thing, and I think further study should be done on that. But mortality is not the end all be all. And why is that? Well, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But also going back to interventions, we see all the time that, for instance, when we put people on blood thinners for atrial fibrillation, that is to prevent them from having strokes. We know already that there's a risk that everybody is going to have when they get put on a blood thinner, that they could have bleeding in the brain. That is a known risk. But the reason why we would put them on this is if the benefits outweighed the risks. And I think that's an important thing to understand. I am as I said, a critical care physician. And so some of the data that we have to look at, we have to trust. Some of it's coming out of the CDC. Some people don't trust the CDC. Some of it's coming out of drug companies. Some people don't trust drug companies. Some of it's coming out of universities, and people think that this is not something that we can trust. At some point, you've got to trust something. As I mentioned, I'm a critical care physician, and I work in the intensive care unit. Between December and February of 2020 and 2021, we were having hundreds of thousands of COVID-19 patients being infected every day. And during that period of time, we had to build out a second intensive care unit, another intensive care unit where we took care of patients on the ventilator. Sometimes we put 2 people in a room. Sometimes we had to have more than 2 or 3 patients being taken care of by a single ICU nurse. After about February or March, the number of cases dropped precipitously, fortunately, at least where we were in Southern California. And at that time, we started to vaccinate 4 million people a day. In some cases, there was a peak there where we were immunizing 10 times the number of people that were coming down with COVID in January, that we were vaccinating against COVID in April, May, and June. And what we were able to do in our hospital, we were able to actually dismantle the entire extra ICU. We saw no patients coming into the intensive care unit with any type of COVID-19. We were back to the way we used to be, despite the fact that we were vaccinating up to 4 million people a day. So the question is if this is causing ITP in large amounts, if this is causing myocarditis in large amounts, we would see those patients. People aren't allowed to die in my hospital unless they're DNR, unless they come to my intensive care unit. Where were they? We didn't see them. And then with the resurgence of the Delta variant in July and August, once again, we had to expand our intensive care services and once again take these patients in. The difference this time being that to the last patient, every single person in that hospital that I was taking care of in the intensive care unit were not vaccinated. We were admitting about 80% of the patients to the hospital were not vaccinated, about 20% were vaccinated. And this is in a community where greater than half the patients in the community were vaccinated. None of those patients who were vaccinated got worse to the point where they had to be upgraded from the floor to the intensive care unit. They all went home. The only patients that came to the intensive care unit were patients that were not vaccinated. In fact, I took care of some of those patients after they were discharged from the hospital. Fortunately, they survived and I saw them in the clinic. I saw one yesterday, in fact, who thanked us for our care. If we want to know what the efficacy and the safety is of the vaccines, we don't have to go very far. They're well published, they're well documented. And I want to make sure that people are very clear on this. Oftentimes, you will hear about the ability of the vaccine to prevent infection. And oftentimes, you'll also hear about the vaccine's ability to prevent hospitalization and death. Those are 2 very different things that have happened. What has happened with the emergence of the Delta variant is that the vaccine's ability to prevent infection has gone from about 80% efficacy in the United States down to about 66%. Now, that's still better than 0%, and it would still be well above 50%, but it's about 66%. And that's the reason why that on airplanes and in buildings, regardless of vaccination status, they've asked you to wear masks. Now, people have interpreted this to mean that the vaccines don't work. I'm sorry, but the last time I checked, 66% is not equal to 0%. And that's something that even my kids with very limited math skills could be able to tell you that. But in terms of infection, we can look at the Pfizer, Moderna, and the J&J, and even AstraZeneca. I'm sensitive to the fact that we are talking in Europe and that some of these medications are not approved in Europe or may not be available. The AstraZeneca, just so you know, is not given emergency use authorization here in the United States. So for any COVID-19 infection, you can see the rates here, and it ranges anywhere in terms of infection. But in terms of symptomatic COVID-19, in terms of severe COVID-19, it's important to note that these vaccines are very effective at preventing hospitalization and death. And that's what's really important about that, as we'll talk about here in a little bit. Pfizer for Delta variant, 96% at prevention of death, 95% at prevention of death based on this data. How about COVID-19 hospitalization? 90 to 96% for Pfizer. More data is needed on Moderna, but it's along these lines, at least when this was published. J&J, 71%, AstraZeneca, 92 to 93%. Here again is data that was published in Los Angeles County, around where I work. This is looking at from May 1st to July 25th. This is some of this is including the Delta variant. You can see it here as it's rising. What we see here is time along the x-axis in the first graph, and the number of cases, so that's infections per 100,000. And you can clearly see that Delta made a recurrence in LA County in July. And most of those cases were in the unvaccinated. There were cases in the partially and fully vaccinated, but you can see here that there's a big difference between those two, meaning that the vaccines were still able to prevent infections even with Delta. Now, let's talk about hospitalizations. And that's really the key here is, again, we have on the y-axis number of hospitalizations per 100,000. And again, May, June, and July. And we can see clearly here that partially vaccinated, fully vaccinated are even hard to see because they're so close to the baseline, whereas the unvaccinated is making up the bulk and the majority of those people who are being hospitalized in our system. Now, fortunately, in California, we were able to accept those and to absorb those patients. What about Israel? A lot of people use Israel in their data. We can see here the Delta variant there around August went up. It's now coming down. What made up the bulk of those patients that were dying? Okay, so we're talking about death here. Death per 100,000 for those greater than 60, the 7-day average. For those, the unvaccinated made up the bulk of that. Those who had 2 shots, they were also dying, even though they had the vaccine. But you can clearly see that the difference between the unvaccinated and the vaccinated was bigger than that of the vaccinated and 0. And then those that had the 3 shots in Israel barely made a blip, although it does happen. We have to realize that death is the result of sin, and that nobody is perfect. I think that's something that we have to say over and over in our minds. This virus is, it seems, designed to suppress our immune system. And there are many things that we can do to enhance our immune system, not the least of which are the 8 laws of health. I believe in a Swiss cheese model where every slice has its position and its place. We want to talk about the United States? Let's talk about the United States. Again, this is published from the CDC showing the unvaccinated in our country. Again, incidence per 100,000 is the black line. And then we can look at the death rate, cases or deaths, that is, by different vaccines. So the Janssen or Johnson & Johnson pharmaceutical vaccine had the highest, but still much less than if you did not get vaccinated. We have the Pfizer in blue and the Moderna, which seems to have the best efficacy in this case in terms of incidence per 100,000. When you look at all of that, the CDC in August, an unvaccinated person based on these calculations had 6-fold times greater risk for testing positive for COVID-19 and 11.3 times greater risk of dying from COVID-19 compared to a fully vaccinated person. Now, why is this important? It's important because I want to make sure we understand. We see these things where 99.9% of people or 99.5 or 99% of people survive COVID-19 as if you don't have to worry about death. Number one, would you go on a plane that 1 times out of 100 when it takes off, it crashes? Okay, that's the first question. The second question is even more than that. Are there worse things that can happen than death. Not much, but there are bad things that can happen. So in a recent study that looked at a medication, they found that people with one risk factor for COVID-19, so diabetes, hypertension, and age over the age of 60, was associated with a 15% risk of going to the hospital or requiring hospitalization. That's important because when you have communities where people exercise their individual rights not to take the vaccine in a large number, you're going to have communities that are under-vaccinated. And because of the fact that people who are not vaccinated have a higher risk of going to the hospital, that hospital system is going to be overwhelmed, and they're not going to be able to take care of anybody with any medical illness. And this is already happening. For those of you who are not familiar with the geography of the United States, there are certain states in our union that have very low vaccination rates. And you can see here, particularly the states of Idaho, which is 43% vaccinated. That's 49th out of 50. Montana at 50%, that's about 36th out of 50. North Dakota, which is 45% vaccinated, that's 45th out of 50. And then finally, Alaska, which is at 52%, and that's 33 or 33rd out of 50 states. What is happening in those states right now as we speak? Some of them worse than others. The governor of Idaho a few weeks ago had to declare a situation where hospitals were able to ration care. What do I mean by that? That means when people show up to the hospital with any condition, not just COVID-19, that the physicians there have to use a protocolized equation where they determine if two people show up and they need a ventilator and they only have one ventilator, they have to decide who gets the ventilator and who doesn't get the ventilator. And I can tell you that people have already died as a result of some of these decisions that are being made. And this has nothing to do with the fact that people are not dying. It has to do with the fact that people are being hospitalized, and they are being hospitalized at rates that outstrips the ability for the healthcare system to take care of them. Not only is this happening in Idaho, it's happening in Alaska, it's happening in the Dakotas, it's happening in Montana, and it's happening in other states. We, in Southern California, where I work at my hospital, fortunately, we were very close to that happening. The state of California required each hospital to send a letter outlining what steps they were going to take if it reached the situation where we were outstripped. Let me just tell you, it wasn't a matter of we just decided not to see patients. We already were having situations where one nurse, instead of seeing 2 patients, one nurse was seeing 4 patients. In some situations, one nurse was seeing 6 patients with the help of non-ICU nurses. I can tell you, me personally, during this time last year around when COVID was at its height, I worked a total of 35 days in a row straight. And the reason was because there was no one else to see these patients. And so one has to remember that when we make a decision individually, that those decisions are summated, and there are, even though there isn't a responsibility or a consequence at that moment for that particular person, there may be down the line for society, and that is something to be cognizant of. So the bottom line here is that we have good evidence that shows that these vaccines are effective and they do what they are supposed to do. And I would also mention that when you have a hospital take care of patients, that rises to the level, in my opinion, where the government needs to assure that its citizens are taken care of.
Thank you, Dr. Roger, for your comments. Timothy, would you like to add something? Please, your microphone is muted.
Yes, we should be good to go now. Will you go to my presentation? I think it's slide 32. But before we're going to go there. It should be slide 32, so it's all the way down. Yeah, it's much further than that. There you go. And so anyways, I just, before I get going, I just want to mention some things here. One, I appreciate that we have technology to help people with polyneuritis. I think the key is that we're not giving people these infusions prophylactically to prevent polyneuritis. I think there are ways to actually prevent polyneuritis without giving people lipid nanoparticles with messenger RNA. I think the other thing that Dr. Schwell pointed out, which I really agree with, is that this isn't just relegated to vaccines. There's a whole host of other applications that they're attempting to do with this technology. In the study published in 2015, the Journal of Controlled Release talks about using messenger RNA lipid nanoparticles and how they travel throughout the body. And this was just designed to look at biodistribution. But what they were able to do is they were able to take messenger RNA, which had been genetically modified, and they put it in a lipid nanoparticle, and they injected that intramuscular, intrathecally, intravenously, and intradermally into the hind leg of a rat, or when they hooked it up the other way. But anyways, the point is they did all that. What the rat was producing was luciferase. In other words, it started to produce bioluminescent proteins that cause it to light up. There's nothing that would ever happen that God ever designed that any animal should produce something like that. Mankind was not designed to produce spike proteins, and we haven't done the studies looking at just what happens when your body produces the spike proteins. We have no idea. We find that it sticks to the endothelium of the cells. We're finding it in different places in the body which we were told it would not go. So when we look at this, we have to be very careful. This technology has many applications. They're even trying to use it in congestive heart failure to help make cardiomyocyte proteins to help people with that. They were unsuccessful with that. So the point is that this technology is novel, and there are many other applications they're going to use. They're even hopeful that they can get your body to produce drugs that you may need. The question is should we rely on this? Are there other things we can do to use to make ourselves better? Should we make everyone have to use this or not? I want to go to this study here, and this is back to the slide that I wanted to talk about. I think this is important to point out. Yeah, that one. So anyways, in the study that they did for the Moderna vaccine, I just highlighted a few things. That Moderna sponsored the trial, they designed the trial, and the people, and then go to the next slide, the people who were the authors on it, if you look at it, the people who were authors on it either had stock options, either were employed by Moderna, that stood to gain and substantially benefit from this. So here's the study that says that, hey, this is really good, and this was designed for the drug companies, by the drug companies, for the drug companies, to produce a result that has benefited them much. There was a report coming out of, I believe, Forbes magazine that said that Pfizer had made over, about $20 billion in the third quarter. Let's see, what does it say here? Oh, here it is. It says that the company in the second quarter of this year made $9.2 billion. $9.2 billion. And we're supposed to believe that when they do these studies, when they design them, when they set them up, that it's just, wow, look, it gets us the result that we were hoping for, and now we're making more money than we've ever had in the past. $9.2 billion in 3 months, which is considered a quarter, if you go by per hour. So per hour, that is $4.2 million per hour. Now, some of us here may make good money, but I don't think any of us here are making that type of money. When you have all that on the line, we should be questioning. We should be skeptical about what we're being told. And then if we look even further, let's go to the next slide here. Should be slide 35. This is what Dr. Song was pointing out. And this slide shows that Pfizer, they also designed the study themselves too. Also, conflicts of interest. But in this study here, what we need to point out is that we're moving the goalposts. You see, when the original studies were done, they did not look to see if the vaccine prevented death or hospitalization. To say that that's saving us from hospitalization now is moving the goalposts. All it was designed to do was to reduce a diagnosis of COVID with 1 or 2 symptoms. That's all it was. That's all it was. This is exactly what Dodoshi points out. Let's go to the next slide. And look, he looks at all the studies here, and you can see them all lined up on the graph, showing what they're actually doing, what their endpoints are, what they're looking for. Go to the next slide. And then when he actually interviews one of the authors on the subject and asks him about, hey, they think that this is going to prevent death, this is going to prevent hospitalizations. He says, but it's not designed to do that. The author says, yeah, the only thing we're concerned with is that getting a diagnosis of COVID is really bad. That's it. That's all that they were concerned with. So now when we're saying, well, it's reducing hospitalizations, it's reducing deaths, we're moving the goalposts. As a matter of fact, in Vermont, where they have one of the highest vaccination rates, there are more people dying and more people in the hospital who are fully vaccinated. In Israel, the data shows that 60% of everyone in the hospital has 2 shots of the vaccine. And now those very people who had 2 shots of the vaccine are considered unvaccinated, by their vaccine passport system, now you have to have 3 doses. So if the 2 didn't work and you're in the hospital, then you have to have 3. There was a nice study published by the CDC in the Mortality Morbidity Weekly Report, which showed that in Massachusetts, it showed that you had, out of I think 400 people, 3/4 of them, 75% of them who came down with COVID, 3/4 of them had the vaccine, and 4 out of the 5 people who were in the hospital had the vaccine. So we're sitting here, we're changing the goalpost. I get that in certain locales, you may see more unvaccinated versus vaccinated, but there's some statistical chicanery going with that. Let's go to the next slide. Again, here's the author. They're arguing, they're talking about whether or not this is actually going to prevent the diagnosis of COVID. And Tal Zaks, who's one of the authors on the study, says our trial will not demonstrate prevention of transmission. This is why we have to wear the mask. This is why Rochelle Walensky, the director of the CDC, says that even vaccinated people need to wear it because we don't even know if this prevents transmission. So how do we know with all these people vaccinated and all the lockdowns that we're not still spreading the virus? We don't know. We've never tested it. And as far as we know, we keep moving the goalposts, whether it's deaths or hospitalizations. And of course, they say they can't do it because it's untenable. Now, this is the part of the study that really bothers me. This is the next slide, and this is Peter Doshi again. And this is interesting. He points this out that when they were seeking FDA approval, by the way, all the vaccines you're given today are not FDA approved. There's only one brand, and that's the Comirnaty brand, which for whatever reason, hasn't got off the EUA, which is Emergency Authorization Use, hasn't got off there, so they still have no liability for this. This vaccine, there is no liability for it. You cannot sue them. It is not going to happen at this time. And here's the thing that they point out, that the companies trying to get FDA approval, one of the things they had to do, Peter Doshi, the associate editor of the BMJ, he was asking, would they do another biodistribution study to see where the spike protein goes? They said no. So that's out of the question. And then he asked them, well, what about the placebo? And it turns out that these companies decided to unblind the placebo groups. And now we don't know. We're losing all the signals we would have got. The placebo group should have went on, but they said it's such an emergency that we have to give the people the shot. And now we're losing out on valuable clinical information, which would have been the randomized placebo-controlled studies. We're losing it because they're unblinding it. And they estimate nearly 96% of everyone that they unblind who got the placebo has now gotten the vaccine, and we cannot tell. So we're at a problem here. Even in the UK, where most of the people are vaccinated, they don't have a comparison group between those in the hospital without the vaccine who are elderly and those who are not, because there is no more placebo there. And so this is a real problem when we're actually trying to assess the safety and veracity. And I think anyone who questions whether these vaccines are what we're being told is the case, I think you stand on good ground, considering the studies were written by the drug companies, for the drug companies, to benefit even the authors on these studies. That should send up red flags. We should be like, hey, wait a second. Again, this technology may be great, but I think we can all agree that if the drug that they give for polyneuritis, which is a lipid nanoparticle with a messenger mRNA strand, if we agree that we shouldn't be given that to prevent that disease, then I think we should also look at this today. I mean, what are we going to do next? The monopolavir, the drug that Merck is coming out, which shows a 50% reduction in hospitalization, should we mandate that as well? Where does it stop? And I think that sort of dovetails into our next subject anyways.
I'd like to respond to that, if I could. A couple of things. Number one, I'm glad we've reached the point where we can now say that this technology has never been used before, because I was hearing that a lot, number one. Number two, there really hasn't been any published side effects from that medication that's been around now for 3 years. I'd also point out that in the mouse studies that were done, they were given luciferase on purpose to see where things were lighting up. That was the whole design of that study. It wasn't an accident. They did that there to see, basically when they did the slides, to see what tissues it went into. And they were given 35 times the amplitude, 35 times the dose of the nanolipid particles that were normally given in human beings. So there's a lot of things that are being left out. You notice that on all of my slides that I've given you, all of them are not none of them are drug company slides. Number one, they're all based on either government, or they're based on epidemiological studies. Fourthly, you should know that when you are going to design a study that you hope to get FDA approval on, you would know that you actually work with the FDA in the designing of that study. That's what any drug company does. It wasn't designed solely by Pfizer in isolation. They're obviously wanting to get approval from the FDA, and so they're going to design that study in the way that the FDA wants them to design it. If you've done research studies, you would know all about why that's the case. The other thing is that there's this narrative that the FDA just does whatever the drug companies wants. I'll remind you that when Pfizer went to the FDA wanting to have its boosters approved for everybody, that the FDA, after listening to the evidence and some of the evidence that we'll present later, turned them down 16-3. Said, no, we're not going to approve boosters for everybody. Everybody doesn't need boosters. Secondly, when you look at Vermont, Vermont is very highly vaccinated. You're absolutely correct. But if you look at the death rates there in the intensive care unit, they're extremely low. When you look at the odds ratio, you have to be careful when you look at statistics. I agree, there's some chicanery going on in the statistics. When you have a very high vaccination rate, like around 80%, in groups where there's a breakout of infections, you're going to get, if the vaccine isn't effective, you're going to get people in the hospital with a high vaccination rate like we had at some of these events. The key, though, is you got to look at to see is what's happening to them. Are they dying? Are they being sent home? And clearly, when you look at the data coming out of Vermont, the vaccines are doing what they're supposed to do. Where we're not seeing that happen, and I'll bring it up again, I mean, these are not just one-off little places. This is Idaho, the state of Idaho. We had a situation where they were transferring patients out of Idaho into Washington next door. And the governor of Washington was getting a little miffed because they were using up a lot of their hospital services. This is a real problem. To say that when you don't get vaccinated and the vaccines produce or prevent infection, not 100%, but at least enough to keep people out of the hospital, and you don't understand that, you're going to run into situations where the hospitals are overrun. And that is exactly what's happening, not only in Idaho, but in the Dakotas. It's happened to some degree in Texas early on, where they had to have 25,000 respiratory therapists and nurses basically travel to Texas to take the places of those who could not go much further. It's also happening in Alaska, where they already have a problem with healthcare. So again, I would encourage you to look at the data. I would encourage you to ask the question is, when somebody who is vaccinated gets admitted to the hospital, okay, that's not the failure of the vaccine. What's the failure of the vaccine is preventing that patient from dying in the hospital. And there's no movement of the post. I keep hearing this movement of the post thing. If anything, the movement of the post is in the other direction. At first, it started out saying, let's prevent symptomatic disease. But what we're seeing is great data because 160 plus million people are being vaccinated. We can run this case control data, and it's showing not only is it preventing not just symptomatic disease, but it's preventing death. It's preventing mortality. It's preventing hospitalization. We're clearly seeing these kind of graphs and numbers as I've shown you. And so this is a movement of the post in the other direction because we're actually getting more data. So I have other things to say, but I just wanted to clear up those points there because I think that's important to understand. So I'm glad we can agree that this is not new technology, and no one's ever saying that this needs to be forced on anybody. What the point is that this is not new technology.
Thank you, Dr. Roger. Margaret, would you like to add, do you have any more comments on this topic before we move on to the next topic? I believe your microphone is muted.
Yes, I just unmuted. Just one or two thoughts. I want to add, yes, there are bad things that can happen besides death. You can have disabling conditions that prevent you from working, prevent you from living a normal, pain-free life. And unfortunately, in addition to COVID, and by the way, the vast majority of my COVID patients do recover fine. I have very few, I could probably count in one hand out of hundreds of COVID patients I've taken care of in the outpatient setting, those that have extended side effects beyond a few months. there are a few that required oxygen for a while after discharge, or had some ongoing issues, headache and so forth. But I do also have, and I haven't been keeping exact track, but there are also about 120, maybe 130-ish patients who've had serious and extended reactions to the vaccine. Now, the problem with this, again, getting back to the VAERS issue and the underreporting, and the vast majority of these, by the way, are not ones that I personally have even reported to VAERS. But the problem with this is that a lot of these would have been missed as an association with a vaccine if the physician did not take the trouble to find out the time course of events. Now, some of them are very obvious. I have a lady who's a veteran nurse, works at a local county hospital, whose reaction started within minutes of getting her second shot. And it was not anaphylaxis. It was not an allergic reaction. She fell very ill after her first vaccine, was sick for about 3 weeks, and was finally getting better and didn't want to get the second shot, but she was prevailed upon by her coworkers and by her employer, got the second vaccine, and now 7 months later, she still is unable to go back to work, and she's not somebody that is accustomed to skipping out on work. She's been having violent shaking attacks, something that nobody could explain, that started within minutes of her second shot. And now, many months later, although the magnitude of the shaking is smaller, the amplitude of the tremors is smaller, she gets these attacks with no warning, lasting for hours, about every other day or so, and she's unable to go to the grocery store because she doesn't want to get an attack. And she's unable to work as a nurse. Very, very debilitating. And there are other cases. I have numerous older people who are experiencing shortness of breath. We've done all kinds of workup, pulmonary and cardiac workup, to find out why. Clearly, they could date this from the time of usually their second shot. I have neuropsychiatric problems emerging among young people. I have numbness, waxing and waning limb symptoms, all kinds of things. So the vast majority, I want to underscore this, the vast majority of these will never show up in the hospital for this type of thing. And so it's going under the radar if we're only looking at, are people getting hospitalized from the vaccine. Now that we are looking at, Pfizer's trying to gun for boosters for everyone, and Moderna's trying to get in on the action as well, boosters for everyone. If we're going to boost everyone every 6 months, I'd hate to see, a couple years down the road, every time we boost, 2 doses of these vaccines wasn't enough. So we're going to have to boost periodically, and every time we boost, I'd hate to see, more and more illness. I have had a couple people with strokes, clearly following the vaccination. So anyway, I will share a few thoughts more later, but I wanted to add that.
Thank you, Dr. Song, for your comments on this. I believe we're ready to move on to our next topic, which is religious liberty. And I believe also that it's not a secret for anyone watching this program that this year, the last 1.5 years, has had a direct impact on our life during this pandemic, which also has created a very challenging atmosphere around the world. Timothy Peranich, I believe you have done some research and you also have some comments on this topic. So without further ado, I would like you to go ahead with your comments on this topic. Please unmute your microphone.
Here we go. So let's go ahead and start with slide, I think it's slide 50. We'll start with that. This is, yeah, you have to keep going. It's going to be a ways from there, slide 50. So what my co-author and I, when we started off writing our book to petition the General Conference about its position on vaccines, we didn't ask them to take an anti-position, and we didn't ask them to take a pro-position. What we asked them was to stand up for the liberty of conscience for its fellow believers. Now, this story that we start off with is the story of Daniel and his friends as they were forced to have a certain diet. Now, people think that this diet was punitive. It was not. This was the consensus scientific knowledge of the day. They thought that the diet that they were going to give them was going to make them smarter and stronger and healthier. These men, although they were slaves and made eunuchs, they were to be educated to be a part of society. They were to learn Babylonian thoughts, understand philosophy, understand engineering, all these things. And so they were given the very best that anyone could have. And this included things that were unclean to eat, as according to Leviticus 11, but also things that were clean to eat but were sacrificed to idols, particularly meats. They were also given intoxicating drink and things like that they would not do it. And they stood before Melzar and they said, look, we're not going to do this. Try us. Give us a 10-day trial and let us prove. Now think about it. They could have made the argument that Paul makes later on in 1 Corinthians chapter 10 saying, hey, you know, if it's sacrificed to an idol, what does it matter? It's nothing, no big deal. I mean, they could have literally made that argument, but they did not. Instead, they said, no, we're going to be distinct in this. We will not defile our body with the king's goods. And so they made this stand for their religious freedom. And yeah, they were slaves. They had nothing to bargain with, no chip to bargain with, except that they were willing to give up their careers just as they began, and they were willing to go work somewhere way out away from the palace and maybe suffer, because they did not want to have the provision from the king's table, which would defile them. And so because of that, they had a 10-day trial, and it turned out that they were 10 times wiser than the other young boys who were actually eating that diet. And I look at this story and I say, look, doesn't matter where you stand on this issue. If you're willing to support Daniel, if you're willing to support him and his friends, knowing that they could have eaten the clean meat, which was offered to idols, they could have done it based on the teachings of Paul. They could have done that. It may not be your hill to die on, but it was theirs. What we ask is that you support their standing for conscience. Let's go to the next slide. In the next slide, the ante is upped. And what you find in Daniel 3 is you find Nebuchadnezzar in the fiery furnace. And what's fascinating about this is that they all have to bow down. Well, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, or Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael, were not the only Hebrews there. If we study the Bible carefully, we find that most of the court of the king of Judah was brought there. The king himself was brought there, and no doubt that he was in the audience that day. Every leading person was, as it was a requirement to be there and worship the statue. And I'm sure that they went to Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael and said, look, guys, look, here's the deal. If you don't bow down, Nebuchadnezzar's beat us. He's beat us. He has our nation. This would be good for us if we show a little loyalty to Nebuchadnezzar. He's done much for you, and if you make him mad, we may suffer too. So you need to go ahead and tie your shoe. You don't have to believe in it. Just tie your shoe. You can scratch your ankle. Whatever you have to do, you need to go along with it so that we don't suffer too. And what did they do? They decided to stand because they could not and they would not allow their conscience to be seared with a hot iron. They knew that idolatry was wrong, and they stood and resisted it, while their other brethren who were deported from Judah and brought into Babylon did not. And you could imagine that they were upset at them when they did it, because they said, why are you standing? You're bringing us trouble before the time. We don't want the time of trouble now. We're already in trouble. Don't make life easier on us. And they said no. And again, whether you think it's okay to kneel, to go along to get along, whether you think it's okay to eat meat sacrificed in front of the idol, to go along to get along, that's your prerogative. But we should support Daniel and his friends. Let's go to the next slide. I love this. This reminds me of the passage that we find in Matthew chapter 22. And in this passage, we look at this, and the Pharisees come to him, starting in verse 15. The Pharisees come to Jesus trying to entangle him, and they want to know about his idea on taxes. They, teacher, we know that you are true and teach the way of God in truth, nor do you care about anyone, for you do not regard the person of men. Tell us, therefore, what do you think? Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or no? And Jesus perceived their wickedness and said, why do you test me, you hypocrites? Show me the tax money. And so they brought him a denarius. And he said to them, whose image and inscription on this? And they said to him, Caesar. And then he said to them, render therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar, and to God the things that are God. And when they heard these words, they marveled and went his way. Now, I like this image here because this is Caesar's coin. You can see it. This has his inscription on it. It has his image. And what Jesus was saying here is that the things that belong to Caesar have his image, and the things belong to God have his image. In other words, what regards your person, what you think, what you believe. And as Seventh-day Adventists, we really do believe what you put into your body. As a matter of fact, that's what makes us distinct as a group of people who believe in God, is actually what we decide to put in our body and not put in our body. And based on this, people should render unto God the things that are God, because we are formed in his image. This is exactly the context. The things that belong to Caesar, taxes, property, everything on this earth is in his jurisdiction, but what is not on his earth, that doesn't belong, what is on this earth but doesn't belong to him, is our conscience and our person. And let's go to the next slide as we look here. This is an interesting analogy. This is interesting. In the Dark Ages, they believed that infant baptism was essential to the functioning of society. They believed in the concept of original sin. And if a child died, as they often did in the Dark Ages, with original sin on him, it was considered a great and terrible calamity, that this child was either going to be in limbo or go to hell and burn forever. That's what they taught. That's what they believed. And so it was paramount to the civil authorities to make sure every child was baptized in the church as an infant. And indeed, once you were baptized in the church as an infant, your name was registered in the scroll for the population. You were going to be taxed. Your family was you were considered legitimate if you were in there. You could marry. You could be buried in the church. All these things were dependent on whether or not you were baptized as an infant. And they believed that if you didn't get baptized as an infant, that Satan would attack everyone, that they would overthrow. God would be upset with the people, and they would overthrow society as they knew it. And so what happened is that when people started to read their Bibles for themselves, they said, hey, look, everywhere in the Bible, it says that believers are baptized. Everywhere. People who know what they're getting into, who have the age and the capacity to repent and are willing to put on the yoke of Christ, those are the ones that get baptized, not infants. And what happened? They said, for the good of the society, we can take your children away, forcibly baptize them. They would do this often. They would kill parents who actually refused to baptize their infants because they felt it was for the greater good, that they would actually save lives by baptizing infants. You see, we think that if we do these procedures, we're just going to do the greater good. We're going to save more lives. But it's not always the way it seems. It's fascinating to note that in many of the diseases for which we vaccinate for, sanitation, hygiene, and quarantine actually caused a great dip in them before even a vaccine was invented. In 1899, when in Great Britain they developed the conscience clause, the conscientious objectors clause is what it was. When they created that, the people were predicting that everyone would be dying of smallpox, and the vaccination rates went from 80%, they went all the way down to 50% nationally in Great Britain. And guess what? In comparison to a place like Prussia, where they had absolutely no exemption to vaccination, they noticed that the rates of smallpox continued to decrease. The amount of deaths from smallpox continued to decrease. In cities like Leicester, which were a hotbed of anti-vaccination sentiment, they got down to as low as 3% vaccination rates without an explosion of disease, without an explosion of people dying. We have to look at these things and say, are we falling into the same sacramentalism where you have to do this, otherwise society will die? It seems to be the same. You have to do this for the greater good. But honestly, if the vaccine works so well, and if it's so protective that as we say that it is, why is it that everyone needs to do it? Particularly when we're not even taking the fact natural immunity. We find that the studies coming out of Israel show that you are 13 times more likely to get COVID after you're doubly vaccinated from the Pfizer vaccine than if you recovered from it naturally. Why aren't we emphasizing that? We haven't even created a loophole for that. Instead, it's mandate after mandate. Let's go to the next one. And we look at this slide, and this is just to show that mandates, controlling one's body, is something that the papacy has done for quite some time, whether it be with infant baptism, whether it be taking the Eucharist, whether this was something they believe they have rights over. And so popes always, when they could, supported mandatory vaccination. But This is the Protestant principle, and I think we're all Protestants here. This is the Protestant principle that I think we can stand on. Let's go to the next slide. And I appreciate this because this is where it really stands. Nobody here on this panel is saying that no one should get vaccinated. No, no, no. That's no one saying that here. I think Dr. Schwelt is actually encouraging people to get vaccinated. But I think and I hope that we can all agree that everyone should be persuaded in their own mind and stand on their conscience. And I love what Martin Luther says. Unless I am convinced by proofs from Scripture, by plain and clear reason and arguments, I can and will not retract, for it is neither safe nor wise to do anything against conscience. Here I stand, I can do no other. God help me, amen. And so when we consider these vaccine mandates and we consider conscience, I know that we try to say, well, one's for the best of society, but where does it stop? Where does it stop? Because science tells us one thing, and then as we've followed in the pandemic, no masks are good. You don't need a mask. Then you need a mask. Then you need 2 masks. Then you don't need a mask if you're fully vaccinated. Now you need a mask. And again, the goalposts are always changing. What I have to point out again is that when they did the original studies, they did not look at hospitalizations and they did not look at death. We're looking at that now and we're saying, well, fewer people are dying, fewer people are hospitalized, but then we see where more people are vaccinated, there are more people vaccinated in the hospital, and then we say they're dying. Well, we have to make up our minds what is the endpoint. Moreover, most of the people who are in the hospital now who are dying have the Delta strain. And most epidemiologists are saying Delta is way more infectious, but less lethal than the Alpha strain. So we have to keep all these things in perspective. Let's go to the next slide. Because I want to point out something here. We as a group of people support the right of conscience, particularly in this young man here, Desmond Doss. Now, the military would have argued to him. They said, look, buddy, you have to carry a gun. Desmond wouldn't even carry a gun. He didn't want to use one. He didn't want to kill. He just took it. And listen, they could have said, well, what about David? What about Samson? What about all these people who were mighty men in the Bible? They killed, they did all this. And Desmond Doss said he would not. And they said, look, having a pistol on you, you just a 45 pistol, 7 bullets, that's all you need to have. You may be able to save a life. Or having a grenade and willing to throw it. There's actually an example where Desmond Doss heard a bunch of Japanese soldiers crawling around in the cave, and he was tempted to throw a grenade on them and kill them. But he said, I'm going to stand by my principles. And people would say, well, you could have saved lives of your soldiers. You should have been willing to use a gun, should have been willing to use a grenade. But we look at him today where he stood in the military, in the middle of a war, not peacetime, in the middle of the war, where bullets are flying, and he chose not to use a gun, not even to carry one. We stand for that, and we say that is a proper exercise of conscience. But I'm pretty sure the military could have said, hey, you're putting us at risk. As a matter of fact, one of his superior officers wanted him booted out because he felt that Desmond Doss was a risk to the rest of the battalion, only later to go on TV and eat his words and say, I'm so glad we had this guy. He had more courage than those who carried a gun. But where does it stop? Where does it stop? Like, for example, in China, they, for many years, did the one-child policy because they felt scientifically that if they had too many numbers in China, that it would cause the country to go belly up. So for the good of the herd, for the good of the community, they had a one-child policy. They had to reverse that because they realized all the damage that it was causing. They would do forcible sterilization, forcible abortion. They would do this to people under the auspices of protecting society. Where was it? Where was it? They showed that it was good, but how many children died? How many people's lives were ruined through forcible sterilization, forcible abortion? How many lives were ruined because of this? So how far does this go? How much are we going to trust science in all of this? It's interesting to note, as I primarily work with people with spinal complaints, one of the things we looked at in radiology and looking at MRIs as well is we looked at neural tube defects, which is usually for our sake today is generally spinal bifida occulta, and then you have other versions of it which are much more severe. Well, one of the great public health measures, which gets almost no press now, is the inclusion of folate and the use of it among pregnant women, where they give women now folate. And many people say that since we started doing that, neural tube defects have gone down the drain. I mean, they're almost nowhere. They didn't force folate on anyone. They didn't give women, they didn't drag them out the streets and inoculate them, give them a shot of folate. They didn't do that. They said, hey, here's the evidence. And notice that we have saved so many that in my practice, where I've seen thousands and thousands of patients, I rarely see any neural tube defects at all. At all. And then when I look at x-rays, at all, because of the success of giving people this. And so when we look at this, when we think about loving our neighbors, does this mean we have to force things on them? Can we just educate them? Can we not stand for conscience and say, hey, this is important? Again, when we're considering all these things, we have to realize that, yes, we do live in a community, but science can say whatever it wants. I mean, are we going to say, look, here's a fascinating one. In the Jacobson case, which essentially decided the government had a right to penalize someone who didn't get a vaccine, there was a companion case to it, also by the Supreme Court, called Buck v. Bell. And in Buck v. Bell, the Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes opined, he said that the same legal authority that allows the injection of a vaccine into the arm of an individual also allows for the cutting of the fallopian tube. In other words, they believed in those days that eugenics would make society better. It would be better that one person suffered in order for the society to improve. And now I know that we have repudiated that. But this type of thinking has disastrous results. Every time we say it's for the herd, it's for the herd, it's for the herd, when we look back, it's not. And keep in mind, even if the vaccine is safe, we know it's not safe for everyone. We know that also that you're better off if you get it naturally and recover. And we know that there are side effects, and we know that people do die from it. No one I hear is denying that. Whether we think it's a lot or little, we all agree that people die and have side effects from it. And so I think that it is incumbent upon us to stand for conscience, whether you believe that you should take the shot or not. I want you to see something here. And I mentioned this before. In 1899, the UK had developed the conscientious objector clause to vaccines. And keep in mind that they weren't overrun with smallpox after they did it. But here's something here. This was reported in the Adventist Review and Herald, and this is in 1901. And listen to what they say here. The magistrates seem to be having difficult task on hand, trying to decide questions of conscience. In other words, people would say, I don't want the shot based on conscience, and the magistrates would now examine people, kind of what we're doing now when people are asking for religious exemptions, and they're told they're being examined. Well, do you really want it? They're asking them questions about conscience, and notice what the author, the editor, writes in here. So the law allows the conscientious objector to vaccination to receive a certificate of exemption, but it seems that a man's statement to that effect is not sufficient. He must prove to the satisfaction of magistrates that he is conscientious. Of course, the thing is impossible, for in a case of that kind, no one can do more than solemnly declare his conscientious convictions. The result is that the granting of the exemption depends wholly upon what that magistrate believes is the case and not on what the applicant believes. The worst feature about the matter is a precedent that is set that a man's conscience may be subject to the legal examination. Notice his comment. The Inquisition was built on that. They could see that forcing people to do all this, forcing all this to happen, when you're trying to examine people's conscience, you're telling people it's not your conscience, you don't have a right to say that. As a Seventh-day Adventist, you're not under your religious convictions, according to the church. Apparently, you have no faith-based reason to reject vaccines, according to the 2015 statement. When we say that, we're leaving people out to dry, and I hope and I pray that we can at least come to the table and say, you know what, there are people who are going to disagree. There are people who either have recovered or taking or have a very healthy immune system or not worried about this, and they are not going to get vaccinated. Some of them may have had reactions to the first shot. Whatever it is, for whatever reason, we should support their ability to do it. Because let's be clear, in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, I would argue the majority of people have been vaccinated. But let's go to the next slide. And this is something I had already mentioned. This was the Minister of Health from Leicester, C. Killick Millard. He actually believes in vaccines, and he chastises another doctor who said that compulsory vaccination saved us. C. Killick Millard actually points out that compulsory vaccination didn't do anything in England. As a matter of fact, he goes on to talk about how, especially where he was in Leicester, how almost nobody was getting vaccinated. They didn't have massive outbreaks of smallpox. And so I think that's important to note. But let's go to this last one. Right now, there are many Adventists who are losing jobs. And next slide, please. There are many Adventists who are losing jobs who have to choose between putting food on the table and taking a shot that they don't want, for whatever reason. There are many people who are having to choose a career that they've invested 30, 40 years, or even to go to school to even begin their career, that we're not allowing people in our church to exercise their conscience. We're not supporting them. And so the Liberty and Health Alliance has decided to put up a petition. My co-author and I already sent our petition in the form of a book. And they're putting up a petition where people can sign. And so far, they have 18,606 signatures and 3,200 from medical professionals. And so I've heard Dr. Roger Schwelt talk about how he prays for those who have to make these tough decisions. And he doesn't like to see people lose their jobs. And he has said, at least, and I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but I heard this, that he is not in favor of mandates. And so I want to invite him today, if he will sign this petition. Doesn't mean, no, Dr. Roger is very clear of what he believes on the vaccine. And he's very clear on what he believes about hydrotherapy. He's very clear that he believes it's safe and effective, the vaccine, and he believes that we should do the Swiss cheese model, which using all the things that we have available, including vaccines, to do it. But I think he also recognizes, and as I do, and as Dr. Song also does, there's some people who never will. And so I'm just asking, if you want to support your church members, if you want to give them a chance, the best chance they have to get these religious exemptions, I'm just going to ask you, go ahead and sign right there. Go ahead and let your church members know that you support them, even though you believe firmly in the vaccine and you actually encourage us to get it, as you should, because that's what you're convicted on based on the data you have cited. And so I just want to invite that because I think that's a great way we can all come together, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Tim, for your very interesting comment. Dr. Roger, would you like to add something to this topic?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be added on this. And it's a good question about where we draw the line. And so I decided to take a look into history and look at what the thoughts were and to analyze this a little bit more carefully. So indulge with me as you will. Let's look at what A.T. Jones, someone certainly who is no stranger to religious liberty, said in his treatise on civil government and religion, page 37, in regards to this. He says, let's look at a moment at this question from a common sense point of view. Of course, all we're saying is common sense. But let us have this addition. When societies are formed, each individual surrenders certain rights, and as an equivalent for that surrender, has secured to him the enjoyment of certain others appertaining to his person and property, without the protection of which society cannot exist. And I point to what's going on in some of these states where we see the entire breakdown of the tertiary healthcare system and its ability to treat. I have the right to protect my person and property, he goes on, from all invasions. Every other person has the same right. But if this right is to be personally exercised in all cases by everyone, then in the present condition of human nature, every man's hand will be against his neighbor. That is simple anarchy. Now notice what he says there. That is simple anarchy. And in such a condition of affairs, society cannot exist. That's Civil Government and Religion, A.T. Jones, page 37. So clearly, A.T. Jones is not going along the lines of that anything that happens to your body, since it's made in the image of God, is rendering unto God what is God's, and anything outside of that is rendering unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. There's nothing in that story in Matthew which states specifically that anything in the image of God is God's and anything in the image of Caesar is Caesar's. Let us talk a little bit more about what the Seventh-day Adventist viewpoint was at the time. This is in an open letter to the Reverend J.H. Knowles. It was an open letter written by A.T. Jones, and Knowles was the secretary of the American Sabbath Union. You have to understand the context. And in 1888, A.T. Jones went up and testified amongst a subcommittee in the U.S. Congress on the National Sunday Law. So this was a in his mind foremost. And apparently, the good Reverend, had misquoted the A.T. Jones's statement. And A.T. Jones wanted to be very clear on exactly what he was mentioning when he talked about exactly what the government can do and what the government can't do. So I think this would illuminate at least what the Seventh-day Adventist thinking was at the time. He says here in that speech, he's referring to the testimony in the Senate committee. Also, I said that if an idol worshiper in this country should attempt to offer a human sacrifice, the government should protect the life of its subject from the exercise of that man's religion. That he has the right to worship any idol that he chooses, but that he has not the right to commit murder in the worship of his idol. And the state forbids the murder without any reference at all to the question as to whether that man is religious or whether he worships or not, with no reference at all to the commandment which forbids idol worship, and with no thought whatsoever of forbidding his idolatry. So see here, A.T. Jones is making a division of what is man versus what is Caesar, right where the 10 commandments split. You have the 4 commandments on one side, that is our relationship to God, and you have the civil aspect of that 10 commandments, which is the second tablet. He goes on, I stated also that if anybody claiming apostolic example should practice community of property, and in carrying out that practice should take your property or mine without our consent, the state would forbid the theft without any reference at all to the man's religious opinions and without any thought of forbidding the practice of community of property. You know that it is with direct reference to these words that I use the words which you have italicized. I distinctly denied that the state can ever of right legislate in relation to anything in the first 4 commandments of the Decalogue. Here, A.T. Jones is making that difference between what is Caesar's and what is not Caesar's. But he goes on even further and qualifies what Caesar can or cannot do even on the first 4. Listen very carefully. He says here, but if any man in the exercise of his rights under the first 4 commandments, and in this case under the 4th commandment itself, should invade the right of his neighbor, as I have expressed it, by endangering his life, his liberty, or his property, or attack his character, or invade his rights in any way, the government has the right to prohibit it because of the incivility, but with never any question as to whether the man is religious or irreligious, and without any purpose or thought of forbidding the free exercise of any man's right to work on any days or all days as he chooses. So here A.T. Jones is making a distinction. He's saying the government can legislate however it wants on the last 6 commandments of the Bible, but in the way we are to practice the first 4, it should make no law. But if in the practice of us doing that, we violate a civil law or we violate the property of somebody else, the government has the right to come in and to do that. And so clearly he is making a determination that if people's lives and property are at stake, it is perfectly within the purview of the government to step in and to do that. And that is not an outlandish admission. If we look at Leviticus 13, we see clearly that the right of an individual with an infectious skin disease was temporarily overruled by the majority, in that the high priest was to quarantine that person for 7 days, even under suspicion of there being an infection, and then rechecking it 7 days later. What about Ellen White? Where does Ellen White draw the line? Let's see what she says here in Testimonies for the Church, Volume 7. She says, "It is our duty in every case to obey the laws of our land, unless," now here's the line that she draws, "unless they conflict with the higher law, which God spoke with an audible voice from Sinai and afterward engraved on stone with his own finger." So clearly she is referencing the 10 Commandments and the 10 Commandments alone in this. None of the other laws, none of the other issues. She is specifically talking about the laws that were written by the finger of God. She says the 10 precepts of Jehovah are the foundation of all righteous and good laws. Those who love God's commandments will conform to every good law of the land. She says in Testimonies to the Church, Volume 9, page 238, "Teach the people to conform in all things to the laws of their state, where they can do so without conflicting with the law of God." It's not a conscience issue with her. As many of you know, especially in Europe, when Ellen G. White visited Oslo, Norway, that was known as Christiana, she had 2 issues that she had to confront in that church. She had the issues on the left, which was lack of Sabbath keeping, and she had issues on the right, which was the situation where people were overreading into what she had written about taking money and buying pictures and photographs. And they made a law in that church that was the standard that said that you need to go burn your pictures, that you need to deface effigies of images on the clock, to which she said that was actually causing more damage in the church than the original situation that she was condemning. And she went on to write about good consciences and bad consciences. She says there are good consciences and bad consciences. If you think that something you're doing something because of your conscience, that is not the end all be all. She says, take your conscience and compare it to the Word of God and see whether your conscience stacks up to what the Word of God says. And again, here, she is not saying that we ought to go off of what our conscience is. Remember that we live in a society where we hear all the time that we are supposed to follow our heart. Follow your heart is what is being said over and over and over again. We know that as Seventh-day Adventists, that if our heart is a new heart that is given to us by God, we have no danger in following our heart. But what is happening now in society as the Spirit of Christ is being withdrawn from this planet, people are following and doing whatever they want. As we saw in Judges, it says, and at that time there was no king of Israel, and people did whatever was good in their own eyes. This is anarchy. And this is a point that I need to bring up because this is very important. In terms of what happened in 1905, Robinson versus the state of Massachusetts. It's well written about, it's well documented, notwithstanding the comments that we've already mentioned about certain members of the church having issues with it. It was never once mentioned by Ellen G. White in terms of the mark of the beast, which no one here is saying, but I want to make sure that that's clear. It was never even mentioned in terms of it being a threat to our liberty. Over and over again, the threat to our liberty and the test that we will have is that of Sunday and how we worship. It's not going to be a health regulation. What I want to talk about a little bit is the reason why I believe that this issue really needs less and less less and less emphasis as we go forward. And I believe it is the reason why Ellen G. White said very little about it. You know, Ellen G. White says that in political things, and let's face it, this has become a political issue. We have states in the Union of the United States that are saying that there shouldn't be any mandates. And those are typically on one political party against a federal party, which is saying that there should be mandates. And so it's impossible in some of these situations to pull away from this. And what we're happening is that our viewpoints are being bound up with political viewpoints. And we're starting to find that those who were hesitant with the vaccine, and I was one of them initially, now they're starting to find bedfellows with people who are for liberty in everything. And what I'm afraid of, and this is the reason why I'm concerned about this issue, as you can see here, is that there is a movement in this country that is going towards chaos. And we know from the spirit of prophecy that chaos is what is going to bring in the Sunday law. There is going to be a cry from people to their political leaders to come up with a solution. And that solution is going to be bipartisan. It is going to be on the left and it is going to be on the right. And they are going to come together and come up with a solution that will bring in the national Sunday law. What we need to be careful of is at that time when we stand up, when it matters, when our foot is to the flames, when we are asked to bow down to that image, we need to make sure that we have a very clear voice that is not misinterpreted in any way, because it is our God-given duty at that time, based on the three angels' messages, and also on what we've been given in Revelation chapter 10. I want to be very clear about Revelation chapter 10, verse 10 and 11, is that we are not only supposed to proclaim before peoples and tongues and nations, but this is extremely important. We are supposed to proclaim this before kings. Tell me how we are supposed to proclaim before kings how important it is to follow the law of God when we ourselves are not following the law of that land. And I believe that Ellen White has said this over and over and over again to us, is that we need to be careful about the words that we choose, about what side we are on, because we do not know what we are binding ourselves up with when we are going towards the Sunday law. So chaos is what we need to avoid. And what I am seeing now in the United States and around the world is this chaos on both sides of the issue. We are having mandates from the government, which I am not in favor of. I believe there's a much better way of doing this. But nonetheless, there is a difference between being against taxes being raised and not paying the IRS. There's a big difference between those. And we have to understand where that line is drawn. If there are mandates, there is corruption in high places in government. There are shutdowns. There is loss of jobs. All of these things are very important things on one side that will cause somebody to move to the other extreme. But we have to be careful about what the other extreme holds, because Satan doesn't care if we fall off the right side of the road or the left side of the road, because on the other side, we have things like distrust of authority that I see many times. We see following your heart, following your conscience, doing anarchy. There's a very important belief called thelema, which was invented by Aleister Crowley, who was a Satanist. And what is the motto of that organization? Do what thou wilt. Do whatever it is that you want to do. And so we have to be careful, because the result of these two things pushing back and forth between each other, if you will, a thesis and an antithesis, or this Hegelian dialectic, is absolute chaos. And the question is should the church be bound up on either side of these arguments? And I would say the answer is well stated in many places, not only in the spirit of prophecy, but also in the Bible. This is Romans 13. This is the Clare word paraphrase. Obey government, even though you may not always agree with those in power. Human governments do have a part in God's overall plan, but they would have no such power if God did not allow it. Anyone who is against law and order is against God, is against what God has established. If you resist such laws, you find yourself opposing God, but being arrested as a lawbreaker as well. Remember who's writing this. This is Paul, who was imprisoned in Rome. A good ruler doesn't arrest and punish people who are good, but those who are bad. You don't have to be afraid of those who rule over you unless you do evil. So do what is good and you will be honored. In this sense, law enforcement officers are serving God because they are put there to arrest and punish those who do evil. So if you do evil, then you are contributing to the breakdown of society and have good reason to be afraid. God has included human government in his overall plan to restrain wickedness. I can't say this enough, folks. We know from the spirit of prophecy that the Sunday law will come in because of absolute chaos. And the question is what are we trying to do right now to prevent chaos while we still have a work to do? This is the same reason why we pay taxes, he goes on, because those who enforce the law are serving God by maintaining law and order and keeping the peace. So give to everyone what is rightfully belongs to him. Taxes to the tax collectors, custom fees to the custom officials, respect those in authority and honor those who deserve it. From Ellen G. White, The Spirit of Prophecy. Let everyone bear in mind that we are in no case to invite persecution. We are not to use harsh and cutting words. Keep them out of every written article. Drop them out of every address given. Let the word of God do the cutting, the rebuking. Let finite men hide and abide in Jesus Christ. Let the Spirit of Christ appear. Let all be guarded in their words, lest they place those not in our faith in deadly opposition to us, and give Satan an opportunity to use those unadvised words to hedge up our way. The question is there a movement that we are tempted to get into that is going to cause us to have a problem in professing the three angels' messages down the line, when the three angels' messages are to be a religious exemption to a civil order? She goes on in Testimonies for the Church in Volume 9, there is to be a time of such trouble since as never was on the time of a nation. Our work is to study, to weed out all our discourses and everything that savors of retaliation and defiance and making a drive against churches and individuals, because this is not Christ's way and method. This is Testimonies for the Church, Volume 7. She says, we are not doing the will of God if we sit in quietude. So the question is what are we supposed to do? Just roll over and take this? She says, absolutely not. This is not the way we should behave. Listen to what she says in Testimonies for the Church. We are not doing the will of God if we sit in quietude, doing nothing to preserve liberty of conscience. So what is it that we should be doing to preserve liberty of conscience? And why should we be doing that? These are very important questions and are at the heart of this discussion today. What she lists very first is we should be doing fervent and effectual prayer. Should be ascending to heaven that this calamity may be deferred. Now, why? Why is it that we should be doing this? Is it to bask in our God-given rights? As Seventh-day Adventists, we are not asked to bask in our God-given rights. She says this may be deferred until we can accomplish the work which has so long been neglected. In other words, what Ellen White is saying is that if we are truly in Christ and Christ is in us, we will do what Christ has done. Christ, as we speak right now, is in the most holy place. using his blood to save as many people as he possibly can. And he is crying out, as Ellen White shows, my blood, my blood, my blood, my blood, and holding back the four winds so that his people can understand righteousness by faith and be sealed. That is what we also ought to be doing at this time, realizing that there are many people in government and even, yes, kings on this planet that still may be saved, just as Nebuchadnezzar was. Let there be most earnest prayers, and then let us work in harmony with our prayers. In Manuscript Releases, Volume 5, in 1895, she says, in cases where we are brought before the courts, we are to give up our rights unless it brings us in collision with God. Notice what she says. It is not our rights we are pleading for, but God's right to our service. Again, the great pendulum of society is now swinging. On one side, we see overbearing mandates, corruption, shutdowns, people losing their jobs. Folks, this is just a foretaste of what is about to come. If we are using this as an excuse to go to the other side, which is just distrust of all authority, following your heart, doing whatever you want, and actually writing down things. Think about this. We are writing down things in Facebook. We are writing down things in YouTube, things that can be recorded. You've heard about people many years later after they've written on Twitter getting fired because of what they wrote about 13 years or 14 years ago. Don't you think that when the Sunday law comes, the Seventh-day Adventist Church is going to be at the forefront in history? It is going to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb. Everything that we have ever published, everything that we've ever said is going to be put into the public awareness. And if we have things that talk about how we need to go against government, how we distrust government, how we should not obey government, anything like that is going to be taken out of context and it's going to be used against us. And what is our witness going to be at that time? It's anarchy. So I leave you with the example that was brought up of Daniel's three friends. Remember that Daniel's three friends came from Jerusalem, and that Jeremiah and Isaiah for many years prophesied that Israel, unless it's shaped up, would be taken away, and that their young men would be eunuchs in a foreign court. And that is exactly what happened. If in fact that whatever happens to your body is what is meant by giving unto Caesar, which is Caesar's, and God, which is God's, then what did they do when they allowed them to become eunuchs? This was on their body. They subjected themselves to this. They acquiesced to this. In other words, they remained sterile. And if you know from the Bible history, when the Jews went back to repatriate Jerusalem, they had to make new laws that said, if there are no sons or daughters, it's okay. You can come back. You are part of our society. Things were revised as a result of that. Certainly, this is not ideal for Daniel's three friends to have become castrated, in other words, or become eunuchs. But they did this anyway. And when they came to the king's table, they requested. They did not demand. They did not say it was their right. They requested that they stand up and say, give us 10 days, please. And they were granted that. They were well as wise men in that country. Ellen G. White, when she writes about this story in Prophets and Kings, page 504, she says, she's talking about Nebuchadnezzar after he hears the dream from Daniel. With an enthusiasm born of boundless ambition and selfish pride, he entered into counsel with his wise men as to how to bring about, forgetting all except their desire to establish their own power and supremacy. The king and his counselors of state determined that by every means possible, they would endeavor to exalt Babylon as supreme and worthy of universal allegiance. So there's absolutely no way that you could say that Daniel's three friends didn't know what was happening in the plains of Dura. In fact, you could see the statue from Babylon in the plains of Dura. It was so tall. So when they got the letter in that day, they knew exactly what was happening. When they got the command to show up on the plains of Dura, they knew exactly where this was leading to. And yet they made a decision to go and obey the king's command. And I would say that based on the lines that we have seen drawn by A.T. Jones and the line that we have seen drawn by Ellen G. White herself, that the command to show up on the plains of Dura did not violate the law of God. It was simply a command to show up. And that is why they would do it. Now, when they show up, obviously they're asked to bow down. That specifically violates the law, the second commandment. Thou shalt not bow down to them. Thou shalt not serve them. And that is exactly what happened. And so when they were brought before Nebuchadnezzar, notice what Ellen White records, what was in the mind of Nebuchadnezzar when he saw these three that were faithful. He says, as these three Hebrews stood before the king, he was convinced that they possessed something the other wise men of his kingdom did not have. They had been faithful in the performance of every duty. Notice this is what Nebuchadnezzar thought. This is not what he thought God thought. Obviously, they had been faithful to God. It is important to show and to point out here that Nebuchadnezzar himself, the king of Babylon, looked at these three and had said they were faithful in every duty. Notice what this does. This does not bring attention to the three. If they had said, well, we're going to take an exemption and not go out to the plains of Dura, or had complained or had obsessed about their rights, if they had done this, then these three would not have had the same witness to this king as they would have as if they were faithful in every duty. So the concern that I have in terms of signing on to something is the same concern that Ellen White, I believe, had in her silence. And in many people in their silence is, I want to make sure that the witness that I have when the time comes, when the test comes, is that I have been faithful in every duty to the people that it matters to. Yes, Revelation 10 says that we should not only be prophesying against kindreds and tongues and nations, but also to kings as well. And I would point out that it was that king himself, King Nebuchadnezzar, who we may see in heaven. These are the last recorded words of King Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel chapter 4. At the same time, my reason returned unto me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my honor, my brightness returned unto me. My counselors and my lord sought unto me, and I was established in my kingdom, and excellent majesty was added unto me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, all whose works are truth, and his ways are judgment, and those that walk in pride he is able to abase. And I believe that the story of Daniel's three friends is a model for us today and one that we should follow as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roger, for this very interesting comment. Dr. Song, would you like to add something or?
Very quickly, number one, I think we need to be careful about not creating straw men. I don't think that anybody here is arguing for anarchy and doing away with government and doing away with all laws and being unruly. Regarding the commandments of God, Ellen White does say that God's law is written on every cell, every nerve, every fiber of our being. And I want to point out, too, that the first test that came to Daniel and his friends was not regarding something that was explicitly spelled out in the Decalogue. I wanted to say something real quickly about Leviticus 13. I want to point out that it is the sick, those that were exhibiting symptoms of leprosy, that were quarantined. They were to be carefully diagnosed. In fact, it was so important that they were diagnosed first that that chapter is devoted to the correct diagnosis of leprosy. So this was in order that the whole economy of Israel not be shut down. The temple and its services were never shut down. We didn't see the nation just ceasing to function because there was leprosy in their midst. God had specific instructions for taking the sick away from those who are well, did not subject the entire population to something. And I want to warn against the danger of conflating a conscience that is informed by religious faith. The founding of this nation, founding fathers took great pains that nobody be persecuted on account of conscience, particularly conscience that is informed by religious faith. We don't want to confuse that with the idea of following your heart, whatever that means. So two very, very different subjects here. And I also want to point out that Daniel and his friends did not volunteer to be eunuched, did not volunteer to be castrated. They were forced. They were taken by force. And here in the United States, we still have freedoms against that sort of thing happening. They are rapidly diminishing, going away. And some of us want to seek to protect those freedoms for as long as possible. We also have a health message in our day that was specifically given to the remnant church. And again, how we read and apply that health message is a matter of conscience. And Dr. Schwelt, I support your right to follow your conscience in this matter if you don't want to sign the document that Dr. Pernick asked you to sign. I'm done with my comments, Michael, for that, on that
Right.
issue.
All right, thank you.
Could I
Timothy, would
just
you like?
clarify some things, Michael?
Sure. Yeah.
So the point of me bringing up Leviticus 13 was just to show that this idea of the individuals being subjected to the greater good, regardless of whether they were being treated afterwards, the diagnosis, or prophylactically, is not something that is not found in the Bible. That was the point of me bringing that up. But certainly, obviously, that point was made. The other thing is that I am not saying that there are people, or any here on this program anyhow, that are advocating for anarchy. Certainly not. The point that I was trying to make there, and what Ellen White is making, is that later on down the line, what we're saying now about something could be taken out of context and used against us. She's very, very specific. She says we should comb through our publications and make sure that nothing that is said could be taken out of context later on down the road and could make us appear to look this way. But on that note, there are, even as we speak right now, there are not Seventh-day Adventists, but evangelical Christianity, where they are offering courses on hand-to-hand combat, for instance, and on how to take care of. Basically, these are people who are not turning the cheek, but learning how to use guns, how to do hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, there is a connection between evangelical Christianity and a lot of these groups. I'm not saying that that's involved with Seventh-day Adventists, but again, when you look at the people that we're going to be trying to convince at the end of time, they're going to group us all together. And it's important that we distinguish ourselves from that, because we could get sucked into that. And that is one of my concerns. And it's not me overreading, I believe, Ellen White. She's saying very similar. And she must have been given some light on this as to why she is silent, number one, and the reason why I think I should be silent on that sort of a topic, and why and where this could go. In terms of conscience, again, Ellen White says there's good conscience and bad conscience. And so we need to take our conscience to the Word of God.
Thank you. Timothy, would you like? Yes, go ahead. Your microphone, please.
I think we have to couch Ellen White's statements in the time they were made. Remember, I went through the history. I know that we have some nice quotes from A.T. Jones, but I shared a whole bunch of quotes. And then again, my co-author and I devoted a whole chapter on what they thought. And even M.C. Wilcox, who believed in the vaccine, felt that compulsory vaccination legislation was very similar to that which would usher in the Sunday law. That's what they said. And he believed in vaccines. So we have to put that in perspective, but keep in mind, when Ellen White was alive, there were many anti-vaccine sentiments published in our publications through the Health Reformer and Good Health. And even Kellogg talks about how, hey, we can rely on the health message and not vaccination. And all the letters that she wrote to all these people, including J.N. Loughborough, who joined the Anti-Vaccination Society, she never rebuked any of them. She never said, hey, guys, you don't need to bring on the trouble before the time by getting involved in these things. She never said anything. As a matter of fact, when you read her statements on religious liberty, you find how strong they are and how she's actually for a broad swath of religious liberty. When we talk about complying with the government, where does that end? You know, Corrie ten Boom, when she was a Dutch Protestant living during the Nazi occupation, against the law, she decided to hoard Jews in her house. Against the law, they were able to secure ration cards to feed them. Against the law, had communication and developed a whole underground network to shuttle these Jews away from the Nazis. Against the law, she deliberately deceived officers of the SS. They had a whole underground ring. Against the law, they even used a shortwave radio so they could get underground communications from the BBC. They did all of this against the law. The Waldenses, against the law, did not go to church on Sunday and did not take the Eucharist. It was against the law at one time to preach from the Bible in its common vernacular. Henry VIII, allegedly a Protestant king, said you could not have the Bible in your own language, and he had William Tyndale strangled for it. So where do we draw the line when we're sitting here and we're saying, well, we need to bow down, we need to do this, we need to do that? It doesn't add up. We are told in the Bible, and we see it with Peter and John. What do they say? If it is, you decide for yourself, is it better for us to obey God or to obey man? And when it comes to our body, when it comes to our conscience, as Seventh-day Adventists, we understand this. Where do we draw the line? Right now, there are certain places that it is illegal to have an exemption on the Sabbath to take a test. It is illegal in certain communist countries. If you want to keep the Sabbath from getting it from work, should we not agitate these things? Should we not tell the government, hey, let these people make some accommodation for the Sabbath? I mean, right now, it's amazing. We have this sort of dualistic approach to religious liberty in the church. On one hand, we have members of our religious liberty team joining an amicus brief saying that abortion is a religious liberty. And on the other hand, when Adventists say, I don't want aborted fetal cell tissues injected in me, we say, no, that's not a religious liberty. Where is it? It seems like outright corruption when we say on one hand, one is good and that's a religious liberty. My body, my choice in the case of abortion is religious liberty, but my body, my choice when it comes to a vaccine is not religious liberty. We have to make up our minds here. And so what I advocate for is for the broadest extension of religious liberty. I just want to clear things up. Margaret and I, and no one else I know, is a member of Thelema. Nobody here is following the writings of Aleister Crowley. And Dr. Schwelt is absolutely right. Our conscience is informed by the scripture. Daniel and his friends did not make that decision saying, hey, we're just going to do what we want because we're here. No, they made that decision based on their conscience before God. In 1899, when they got the exemption clause for vaccination, there were many Christians there who felt that this was wrong. And they said, hey, we're not going to do this because they felt that it was poisoning the blood. They felt that it was making people sick. We look at this today and we say, well, gosh, that's not in the Bible. But notice this. Notice that when we look at quarantine in the Bible, there was never an option where the priests were to go poison people with leprosy to protect them from leprosy. The science of inoculation, which most likely existed for a long time, we know in the records of the Chinese, the records of the Ayurvedic practitioners that it existed. And that was, they would take crust from someone who had smallpox, take a shirt from someone who had smallpox, they would make incisions in the skin. This was nothing that Moses would have ever signed on. Moses would have never said, yeah, that's a good idea. This will prevent us from getting smallpox. By the way, one of the earliest mummies that we have that has smallpox on it is an Egyptian mummy that is around the time of the Exodus from Egypt. So when we look at this, we have to say, well, where is it that we draw the line? And I believe that when it comes to your body, when it comes to your mind, you have to draw a line as you see fit. And this is why I believe that standing for conscience, whether you believe in the shot or whether you don't believe in the shot, is the way to go. Again, that whole greater good argument can obviously push too far. Look at what's happening right now in Australia. In Australia, you're not allowed to go outside without a mask on. In Australia, you have to be locked down all day because they just had a few cases of COVID. In Australia, you can't have a job unless you get the shot. In Australia, they have this app that if you have to download from the government, and if you are not where you're supposed to be, they can fine you thousands of dollars. You have to take a picture of yourself, take a picture of your surrounding, and send it right back to the government within 15 minutes. Where are we drawing the line here? Naomi Wolf, who is on the liberal side of the spectrum, she said that if they load vaccine passports and they get that to everyone, that can be used for other things, not just your health records. They can load anything on it. Where are we going to draw the line? What if today it's vaccine passports saying, Dr. Schwelt, do you have all your shots? Yes, I do. You can go work. Dr. Parent, do you have your shots? No, I don't. You can't work. Well, what if it changes? Have you gone to church on Sunday? Have you attended this service? What if it changes there? Wouldn't it have been better to make our voice heard now, saying, hey, we don't stand against science, but we certainly stand against compulsion. We certainly stand against things that are bad. Wouldn't it be better to say, hey, we certainly support free speech? Those people in Australia who are being locked down and some of them placed in what they call affectionately COVID camps, that's wrong. Shouldn't we be making our voice heard now? It's a lot easier to protest now before when you're in the concentration camp or when you have your freedoms taken away. And so I think that we can't just tell the doom and gloom about being rebellious to the government. At some point, you have to go with conscience. Desmond Doss did, and they could have easily said, hey, man, all you got to do is carry a pistol. You don't have to use it. It's government regulation. You don't have to use it. You want to be a part of the war? You want to save lives? You want to do your part? You don't have to carry a pistol. And they said, you have to carry a pistol. And he said, no, I won't. And he's a hero, winner of the Medal of Honor. So all I ask anyone to decide is, where do you stand? If Desmond Doss has the right not to carry a pistol, even though that would have been the greater good for the military, if Daniel has a right and his friends to reject the bounty of the king's table, if Corrie ten Boom had the right to ignore the lawful orders of the Nazis who controlled her city where she was to rescue and save lives, don't we have a right to stand up for those saving lives? Don't we have a right? And that's where I'll leave it.
Can I respond to that, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So the question is where do we draw the line? I think it's very plain. We see it in the spirit of prophecy where the line is drawn. She invokes specifically the law of God and also the written word of the law of God. She also is mentioned by A.T. Jones as well, who's very clear, very explicit about where the line is drawn about the commandments where they go. If you look at those examples that were given up, whether it's the Nazis or whether it's even the slaves that had escaped in the United States from the South and were found in the North, there was a law at the time that you had to capture those and send them back. Ellen White says, no, we should ignore that. And I think she was right. These are situations where that violates the law of God. I mean, thou shalt not kill. We know that these people were killed, not only in Nazi Germany, but also in the United States. And so, again, very clearly there, that's not a civil issue, that the line is drawn and those are on the other side of the line. When we're talking about a health issue, the question is not, do we agree with it? I don't agree with the government cracking down and putting things unnecessarily. As I've already said, I think the mandates are onerous. I don't think I think it's a bad policy. And I prefer to have freedoms just like anybody else. But that's not the question that we have today. The question is does this rise to the level of saying that this is a religious liberty issue? And I think the line has been drawn historically, the line has been drawn biblically, and the line has been drawn in the spirit of prophecy. And furthermore, above and beyond, and this is the thrust, is that we're not just citizens of the United States. We're not just citizens even of the world. Actually, we're not even citizens of the world. We are citizens of another kingdom, and we are living in this world, and we have a job to do. And that job, we can't ignore this job. The job is to spread the three angels' messages. And the point that I'm making is that Satan will do everything in his power to limit our ability to spread the three angels' messages. And if that means making us bound up with things that we have not been bound up before, even though we may not advocate the full extent of it, but we know where things are. Ellen White tells us. She says that we are going to be accused of anarchy. We are going to be accused of things against the government. And it will be better for us in that day when we are trying to convince people that the Sunday law is not a good idea. We're going to have to be able to stand on some sort of a platform that is free of us having a history of being interpreted or misinterpreted or misquoted in that way. And that's why I feel like, and if you look at the body of literature from Ellen White, she says this over and over and over again. We have to make sure that we have to be clear, that we are not saying things that can be taken out of context. And then she finally says this. She says, whatever your opinion is with things, a vote, you should not write it down by pen, that politics should stay out of the church, and that that the silence of Christ on many subjects, she says, was true eloquence. And I have to imagine that Ellen White was shown this issue down the road, and that is the reason why she probably did not write much about this issue. And I think that was probably a smart thing to do. What we should be doing is we should be focusing on our duty, which is to preach the three angels' message that the hour of his judgment has come, that Babylon has fallen, and that we should not get the mark of the beast. And we, again, need to proclaim this not only to every person, kindred, and tongue, but to also kings as well. And to be able to do that, we have to make sure that we are free of getting bound up in these ecumenical and political and national movements. We have to be very careful. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. And Margaret, would you like to add something before we wrap up on this topic?
Yes, I just real quickly just want to remind us that the third angel's message is a warning against receiving the mark of the beast, which we all agree is not the vaccine. But we also see in other parts of Revelation that the mark needs a vehicle through which it will be enforced. There needs to be a way to regulate every single person and whether they can buy or sell. It is my understanding that that Mr. Gates is testing a vaccine passport that can be embedded under your skin in West Africa, even as we speak, and that this would not only carry information regarding vaccine status, but also all commerce would be regulated. These people are assigned a MasterCard and then their scannable vaccine passport, and that's the way that they can do business, buy food or whatever. Cash is not being allowed in this study that will, after they do this, they plan to take this to the rest of the world. I also want to remind ourselves that the voice of the other angel is to join the third angel. And the other angel, of course, is the angel of Revelation 18. And if you read Revelation 18, in fact, this is a great time in history to reread and really study Revelation 18. Because the players in Revelation 18 do have to do with the merchants of the earth and their cooperation with Babylon. And the merchants of the earth, of course, among the things that they make merchandise of includes the bodies and souls of men. And so this is all up to interpretation at this point. I'm not going to say anything more about that, but I want to say that the third angel's message encompasses a broad range of topics here. And, if one wants to urge silence on some of these topics, then, perhaps the silence should be practiced on all sides. That's all I will say. I'm not saying that anyone should be silent. I'm just saying in response, Dr. Schwelt, you're certainly not silent. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. So I need to ask you, because Timothy, would you like to say something more about this topic?
I just want to say one thing. Yeah, real quick. I'll be real quick. So I agree that we need to be focused on the Bible. I do believe that we need to be focused on the spirit of prophecy. And I've looked at the evidence, and I think it's pretty obvious, looking at the historical record, the biblical record, and all these things, what position that I come down on. But I totally respect that Roger, who is a fellow believer and brother in Christ, comes down on a different perspective. I thoroughly understand that. That's how things are done. But I do think that we need to make sure that we're not, when we talk about being silent and silencing or people remaining silent, we can't just say that, and that just means the side that is objecting to this needs to be silent. If Ellen White was silent on the negative aspects of vaccines, she was also silent on the positive aspects of vaccines. She did not come out advocating either or. We pretend that she does, but the evidence that I already showed demonstrates that she did not. And so if we're going to be silent and we're going to take a neutral position on this topic, I say that we should at least come down on the liberty of conscience. And that's why I just want to reiterate that if you feel so inclined, feel free to sign the document. I know that you don't feel that way now, but I encourage you to do so. And by the way, thanks for participating. with all of us. I appreciate it.
Just a brief thing. I hate to say this, but I just want to make clear. I'm not referring to silence on any individual.
Mm.
I think you guys have the pure right to say whatever you want. I'm not telling you to be silent, and I'm not telling me to be silent. I'm looking at more from the aspect, the corporate aspect of the church and things of that nature. So certainly, I don't want to have that to be taken that I think you ought to be silent or I'm silent. I mean, obviously I'm talking about it. Here I am speaking about it. And I think it needs to be spoken about. And I'm glad to be a part of it, just as you are. But I think we would be in a better position if we all decided to devote our energies to preaching the three angels message to those who have not heard it before, as opposed to doing these sorts of things. And so, that's what I intend to do. That's what I've used every leverage of my ability on social media to do, and that's what we will hopefully continue to do and work together. And hopefully, we'll be all there on that wonderful morning.
Right. Thank you for this comment. We still have two topics to go, and I believe we've already covered partially the topics that we have. It's about vaccine offering long-term immunity, or do they save life? So I'm going to ask you if you'd like to comment on these two topics, or do you believe we have already covered the issues, or maybe we should have another program on these two topics alone? What's your opinion? What do you think, Dr. Roger?
Well, I would just say this, and then I'll leave it. I don't think we need to necessarily do another discussion on it. Recently, they looked at this when they came up with the decision about boosters in the FDA advisory committee. There was a very big study that was done, and they looked at what was the efficacy of keeping people out of the hospital with the vaccines. And it was very clear that in those people who were under the age of 75, the efficacy of the vaccines in keeping people out of the hospital was 89% effective, which was fairly high. For those that were over the age of 75, the efficacy was 76%. So there was some drop. And so the question is do you want to wait for it to get lower, if it is going to get lower, or are you going to intervene now? And that's really what they decided. When Pfizer asked that the boosters be approved for everyone, the FDA advisory board turned them down 16-3 and said no. When the vote was whether or not it should be for those greater than the age of 65, and I don't know why they came up with 65 as opposed to 75, the answer was unanimously 17-0, 19-0, yes. So that being said, the question is why was there a drop? Now, interestingly, the drop that we see in the ability for the vaccine to protect against infection came at the same time as the Delta variant. So we were never able to really sort out, is it because it's been 8 months since the vaccine was administered, or is it because of the Delta variant? Well, interestingly, they were able to look at the studies that were started in July of last year in the Moderna subjects particularly, and look at them 8 months later. And this was in April. So in other words, the Delta variant wasn't very strong in April. So they were able to actually ferret out the distinguishing characteristics. Was this Delta that was causing the drop in vaccine efficacy, or was it the time period? And the answer was it was the Delta variant that was making most of the problems in terms of its drop. And that's because it's a variant. And obviously, we all know that antibodies need to be able to fit into that spike protein. In other words, to be able to neutralize it. So the question is will you have a long-term immunity? I personally think there's some really good evidence, and you got to look really deep into history. If you look at the 1890 Russian flu pandemic, there's a lot of good evidence that is in favor of the fact that it may be not a flu, it was actually a coronavirus. And that coronavirus eventually went away after 3 waves. It went all around the world. It had very similar symptoms to what we're seeing now, where people had symptoms after the virus. They lost smell and taste. I would encourage everybody to research the 1890 viral pandemic. It went away after 3 years. So maybe if the vaccines are good for 2 to 3 years and not much long after that, we don't have data either way, that may be all we need. And this thing may hopefully go away on its own. We don't know. We have a lot of evidence from the flu, but this is not a flu. This is not a flu virus. This is a coronavirus. So I think it's all speculation at this point. Currently, right now, we seem to have good evidence for those that are less than the age of 64, no comorbid conditions, that the vaccines are doing quite well.
Thank you for that, Dr. Roger. I just want to ask you a question. I actually have a study here. It's not a study, it's actually an article. I want to ask you if you have seen this article from Brownstone. 91 research studies affirm natural acquired immunity to COVID-19, documented, linked, and quoted. This is 91 studies that actually is pointing to natural immunity being superior to vaccine immunity. Have you seen this?
Well, so first of all, the idea of natural immunity being beneficial in COVID-19 is not a new one. We have great real world data going back to last year even, and the Cleveland Clinic data showing that people who had been infected but not vaccinated did just as well as those in the vaccine only group. You've got to be careful with the study out of Israel that showed that it was 11 times greater. It showed an odds ratio, which is always a red flag to me when they show an odds ratio. If you look at the actual numbers themselves, both occurrences of reinfection were extremely low. So just to give you a statistics understanding, if something is a 1 in a million chance and something else is 11 in a million chance, they're both extremely rare, but one is 11 times more likely than the other. That's kind of what we're talking about here with reinfection. The numbers were like so small they couldn't really do much with it. But that's the number that they came up with: natural immunity 11 times better than vaccine immunity. I think both are good. I think, again, as I've been saying, that this idea that the government is ignoring natural immunity, that the government is willing to have people lose their jobs, even though they might have natural immunity, again, it's revving up this side of the pendulum. They're revving up they're revving up this side of the pendulum, which is causing the pendulum to swing high on this side, and it's making the pro-government side look very, very bad. And it's causing people to take the other extreme. And I think, again, what we have to do in the church is have a very moderate, very forward-thinking look and not get caught up in these swingings back and forth. I agree. I think natural immunity is something that we ought to. Let's face it. I mean, herd immunity, this is all based on natural immunity. So I think it's something that should be looked at, and it's important, and because it may save a lot of problems down the road.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Song, would you like to add some comments on these last topics?
Yes, I will say very little, regarding this. I do want to show a few slides on it, though. Regarding natural immunity, I think one really great example is Sweden. Sweden famously did not lock down last year, and they were the laughing stock of the world, and it looks like they've got the last laugh. They weren't, as of early to midsummer anyway, when I last looked at the data, midsummer, they weren't one of the most heavily vaccinated countries. They were in early July, they were at about 40%. And they were experiencing a third surge, like the rest of the world, a third COVID wave. However, they were averaging about 0 deaths per day from COVID. And I thought that was very, very interesting. Unlike, the way we were struggling here in the US and in Israel and in UK, where the population was more heavily vaccinated than in Sweden. Can you turn to my slide number 42? I'll start from there and I'll go through these fairly quickly. So this is a decay in antibody levels. 40% decline per month in the doubly vaccinated, although they started out with higher titers than the convalescent, those people that had COVID illness. And then a 5% per month decay in people who had recovered from COVID. I will say, regarding breakthrough infections, I'm not going to go through all my slides here for lack of time, but I will say in my local hospital, back in May and June, we certainly were seeing the vast majority of the hospitalized were unvaccinated. Now the numbers coming out every week are somewhere in the 50s%. unvaccinated, and the rest are made up by fully vaccinated, partially vaccinated, and unknown, and so forth. So the numbers certainly are changing. I want to seg a little bit here to some ecologic data. This is from the CDC. This is cases per 100,000 population in the US and vaccination rates. Notice this curious shape of these graphs. These are divided by age, but all of them have this curious shape where you see a gray hill on the left side, and then you see a valley, and then you see a blue hill. What is this valley telling us? It's telling us that back in late January, when COVID cases and deaths peaked, something caused the rates to steeply decline. In fact, I'm not going to go through it on this presentation. I've done so, fine-combed this data in other presentations I've done, showing that curve, that gray curve, was falling at an exponential rate between January 28 and February 10. Mid-February was falling at an exponential rate. It was the time it took for the rates to be cut in half was getting shorter and shorter. This was all happening before that blue line took off. That blue line is actually vaccinations in the country. So while in January and February we did have healthcare workers, young healthy people being vaccinated, the real, vaccination rates greater than 5 to 10% of the population didn't really take off until much later. It didn't start to take off until March or so. So we cannot attribute that decline to vaccines. I'm going to move on to next slide, please. This is ecologic data. So ecologic data, just a caveat here, should not be used to predict individual risk. However, ecologic data does give us useful information about large groups, such as entire countries. So that's what this is doing here. And in this study published in the European Journal of Epidemiology, increases in COVID-19 are unrelated to levels of vaccination across 68 countries and almost 3,000 counties in the United States. Next slide, please. So they found there's no relationship between percentage population fully vaccinated and new COVID-19 cases. In fact, the trend line in their scatter plot suggests a positive association between countries with higher percentage vaccinated and COVID cases, and I'll show you that in a second. Some examples here in Israel, greater than 60% fully vaccinated, highest COVID-19 cases per 1 million in the past 7 days at the time that they wrote this. In Iceland and Portugal, where they were greater than 75% vaccinated, they had more COVID cases per 1 million than in Vietnam and South Africa, which are 10% vaccinated. Now, you cannot take ecologic data and say that this was all due to the fact that they were heavily vaccinated. That's why there were more COVID cases in Vietnam and South Africa. There may have been other factors in play. That's why I'm saying, ecologic data gives us some information. It gives us good information about countries. We cannot apply this to individual risk. Let's move on to the next slide. Here's the scatter plot. There's absolutely no correlation between vaccination rates by country and COVID-19 cases. In fact, the positive slope, you see that line that goes through there, you see how it's sloping upwards instead of downwards. The positive slope tells us there's actually a positive association between vaccinations and new COVID-19 cases in this study that they looked at. Next slide, please. In fact, of the top 5 counties that have the highest percentage of population fully vaccinated, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention identifies 4 of them as high transmission counties. And they mentioned Chattahoochee, McKinley, Arecibo. Counties have above 90% of their population fully vaccinated, with all 3 being classified as high transmission. Conversely, of the 57 counties that have been classified as low transmission, 26% have percentage population fully vaccinated below 20%. Okay, next slide, please. So they also talk here about waning vaccine efficacy, and also that even with severe hospitalization and death, the numbers are shifting. CDC reporting an increase in the rates among the fully vaccinated. Next slide, please. The authors say, even as efforts should be made to encourage populations to get vaccinated, and this is their opinion, it should be done so with humility and respect. Stigmatizing populations can do more harm than good. Next slide, please. Just quickly here, is vaccination the only thing we could do to prevent death from COVID? Even in the face of no data from anywhere in the world on all-cause mortality, being, how these vaccines are affecting all-cause mortality, although we have the VAERS and other counterparts in Europe and other places suggesting that these vaccines certainly are causing death. Regarding COVID-specific death, was there anything that we could have done last year differently than we did? Antibody testing is not readily available. My own battery of tests that I could run doesn't offer antibody testing. When we're talking about the government not allowing, a proof of immunity to be exempt from the vaccines, I mean, I think we have to conclude that, everybody, whether or not you're immune, is being coerced, being held under duress to get these. Going back to that slide, this one study talking about 88% increased risk of adverse outcomes with COVID if one is obese. Next slide, please. This multi-center study done in UK, US, and Europe, looking at frontline healthcare workers, doctors and nurses, found that there's a 73% reduced risk of moderate and severe COVID if one were following a plant-based diet. Next slide, please. So the risk calculus for moderate or severe disease is different for different ages, different health habits, different medical comorbidities. These are all things that some of these things we have some control over. Next slide, please. So who dies of COVID? Death from COVID is not evenly applied in the population. It's not entirely dependent on circumstances beyond our control. Many factors are modifiable. Diet, obesity, other diseases, exercise habits, vitamin D levels, and something that really was not encouraged, but frankly was being suppressed, and that is early treatment. Early treatment with a drug that I've used since mid-December, ivermectin, has been highly, highly effective in my COVID population. Again, early is the key. Aggressive hydrotherapy, also very highly effective. Next slide, please. Meanwhile, next slide, please. When you're talking about something that's applied equally to everyone, high or low risk, with no choice in the matter, we don't have control over risk from the treatment that is mandated. Next slide, please, slide 55. So I want to remind ourselves that the swine flu vaccine program was withdrawn after 25 deaths, that Boeing MAX jets were grounded after 346 deaths, and treatments resulting in significant numbers of death and disability should be grounded until further study can be done, even if they seem to be doing some good. Let's move on to the next slide. The treatment should not be worse than the disease. Is the treatment worse than the disease? In this case, the vaccines. The answer is we don't know. I want to remind us that there are no studies of all-cause mortality and morbidity that have been done on any of these vaccines. Next slide, please. We could say, well, numbers-wise, it's a numbers game. It's okay to sacrifice 10 people to save 100. It's okay to sacrifice 100 fish to save 10,000 fish. I don't know. If we're a population of salmon, this may be an ethical choice to make, but we are not. We are humans, and we have choices. We have control over many, many factors, including our risks from getting very sick and dying of COVID. Now, I have said many times that we don't have any control data on all-cause mortality from these vaccines. But even if they did save more total numbers, we reject Caiaphas' logic that it is expedient for the good of more that a few die. I want to get back to that last slide that I was on. If you can put that back up. Also that, death from an act of nature, such as a pandemic virus, is not ethically equivalent to death from a man-made device, or worse, death from a policy that is forced upon us. And I'll give that back to you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Dr. Roger, do you have any comments to add to this?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so boy, a lot in there I can agree with. I can certainly agree with early treatment, hydrotherapy. I was doing that in my patients in the hospital. I think that's great. Anybody who calls me up and asks me what should I do, I turn them to hydro4covid.com. Hydro, the number 4, covid.com. It's a great website that was designed by Bruce Thompson, who's a physiotherapist in Australia and actually looked at John Harvey Kellogg's protocols. John Harvey Kellogg wrote a book this thick, 1,000 pages on just hydrotherapy, and I think it's a great resource for those people. But some things I don't agree with in that there's a number of these ecological studies that depend on their cases on people getting tested. And so you've got to realize that if people believe that they have natural immunity, they're not going to get tested because they're not going to think that they're infected. Same thing goes with people with vaccines. People who are vaccinated and they get cold symptoms, they're just not going to get tested. There's some systems that don't have the ability to get enough tests. So the best way to really figure out is the vaccine helping or not helping in a population is to pick a population and look at it over time as the virus ramps up, rather than looking at two different populations that may have confounders between them. And as we've shown here, if you pull up the slides that I have there, this is, again, going back to LA County, it's very clear that the vaccines show not only efficacy in preventing infections, but also significantly much better in preventing hospitalizations. We've shown this data already. In terms of that, you can see that with the Israel data. The thing I would mention about Sweden is if you compare it to a Nordic country like Iceland, who's had much better rollouts in terms of vaccine coverage, 90% almost now, I think, in Iceland, their death rates are a fraction of that of what is going on in Sweden, and their case rates are a fraction of that. And as I mentioned already, when you look at the states in the United States that have the lowest vaccination rates, like Idaho, the Dakotas, Montana, Alaska, there's a difference between a case and a hospitalization. If you come down with a symptom, you can choose not to be tested, and we're going to lose that in terms of a denominator. But for people who get sick and have to be hospitalized, there's only a few places you can go. You go to the hospital. So we can assume there that hospitalizations are not undercounting. People are showing up there, and things that have happened at these hospitals in these states that have never happened before. We have never ever had to tell a hospital to come up with a protocol and figure out who you're going to treat and who you're not going to treat. That's never happened before. That's happening. It's not just happening in one city, it's happening in multiple cities, in multiple states. And it happens to be in those states where they're very low vaccination rates. So it doesn't take, as a scientist to figure this out. You can look at the data and know that hospitalizations are the result of people getting COVID, and that vaccinations prevent COVID. And that when you have people showing up to the hospital that are overwhelming, and it's easier for me to believe it, maybe it's easier for me to believe it than anybody else here, because not only do I work in the outpatient clinic, I'm taking care of these patients in the hospital. I'm having to talk to these family members. I'm having to talk to the patients with fear in their eyes that they're dying, that they're going to be put on a ventilator. I'm seeing grandmothers talking to their kids on FaceTime, and they're saying goodbye to her as we're about to intubate her because her respiratory rate is in the 50s, her oxygen is in the low 80s, and she's not able to breathe anymore. I mean, I'm seeing this over and over and over again, and I come out of the hospital we're not supposed to really say what happens in the hospital, but we come out of the hospital, we try to leave it all behind. There's HIPAA, which are regulations that we have here in the United States and around the world as well. I'm sure you have similar. We can't talk about it to other people, the specifics, but I tell you, after you see it day after day after day, if there isn't something inside of you that wants to tell people, please, you don't want to ever be in this situation that I'm having to take care of people in. Please just get vaccinated. And it will stop this nightmare that we're seeing unfolding in our intensive care units over and over in multiple hospitals in multiple states. So I appreciate what my colleagues say on this topic here on this broadcast, but I wish that they could see what happens in the hospital, in the intensive care units, to nurses, to respiratory therapists, and most importantly, to the patients that we take care of, trying to do the best job that we can on taking care of these patients when we're overwhelmed. We're multiplying into the hallways. We're making new units. We're doing everything we possibly can. And it's heartbreaking, some of the things that we're seeing. So I please forgive me if I take a certain viewpoint, but it's perhaps where I've come from on this issue and seen it for myself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roger. And I believe we have reached to the end of this program. It has been a very long program, and I believe also our viewers, we've been going on for almost 4.5 hours so far. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being part of this program and standing for what you believe and providing all this data, all this information. I know it's a lot of information to comprehend for everyone, but fortunately, we still have the video on YouTube and other platforms. You can pause the video, you can watch it at a later point. We have done our recording, so the information will be available online. So thank you again, Dr. Song, Dr. Roger, Timothy. Hopefully, we'll see you again on another program. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are off.
Thanks, everybody.